I'm pleased to introduce Robert Lewis, who is a PhD candidate at the University of Birmingham. His research is bringing together some of his prior training as a geologist and environmental consultant with his current research in theology to develop a theological approach to understanding ecological restoration. His thesis advances an account of deep incarnation as a theological framework for reimagining the divine in creation. Prior to coming to Birmingham, Robert got an MSc from the University of Edinburgh for his work on petitionary prayer and divine action in the writings of John Polkinghorne. So I'm very pleased to introduce Robert Lewis, who's going to be sharing a paper with us entitled Deep Incarnation's Role in Reimagining the Human-Nature Relationship. Over to you, Robert.
All right, thank you. So the main contribution of this research is the expansion of theology into the practice of ecological restoration. Prior work by theologians in the field of ecology produced meaningful contributions to environmental ethics, eco-justice, liberation theology, as well as environmental stewardship. It is only of recent that theologians turn their attention to the practice of ecological restoration. Unlike ethics-based approaches to people and nature, environmental restoration places the human agent in immediate contact with the materiality of creation. With the advent of modernity, our post-Enlightenment existence, particularly in Western cultures, obscures human ability to see the divine in the created. In this paper, I discuss Niels Henrik Gregersen's proposal of deep incarnation as a way to expand the theological imagination in relation to the created order and humanity's place in it. I begin with a brief overview and an example of the problems involving eco-restoration practices. From that follows a discussion of Gregersen's theory of deep incarnation, including a scientific and theological justification. In close, I give a brief theological anthropology as it relates to human vocation and ecological restoration in light of deep incarnation. In the US, the primary means for assessing ecological restoration is ecosystem services. Proponents of ecosystem services argue that the monetizing ecosystem goods and services are a means to secure a more efficient trade-offs between societal demands and scarce resources. However, this methodology reflects an anthropocentric evaluation, one that assesses the value of an ecosystem proportional to its benefit for human beings. Now, ecosystem services places humanity as the priority rather than the creator. Conversely, those willing to resist the temptation of economic fixes to ecological degradation and instead seek the flourishing of life as the better proxy for determining ecological health are participating in a deep incarnational approach to eco-restoration. Now, if we take the narrative of the Creator God in Genesis seriously, God's divine intent for creation is to produce life and for it to flourish. The same Logos incarnate who came so that humanity might have life and have it more abundantly is the same Logos who brought creation into existence to bring forth abundant life. Therefore, restoration practices that are devoid of ecological fidelity are to be avoided. In order to achieve this, restorationists must move beyond fulfilling structural criteria or population parameters, but adopt metrics of restored functions and/or processes, which are essential for life-nurturing ecological habitat. Now, one for instance of this misguided approach is the restoration of Boone Creek, a stream running through the heart of Appalachian State University in Boone, North Carolina, here in the US. Kristen Cockrell and William Anderson, in their paper Creating False Images, which I quote extensively in this section, examined 4 separate restoration sites along Boone Creek. These projects were undertaken with the intent of protecting the human-built environment. Nonetheless, they also promoted efforts to improve ecological conditions, with 3 of the 4 receiving funding specifically because the sponsors indicated that restoration efforts would improve water quality. However, all 4 projects failed to address thermal pollution and salinity, which pre-restoration monitoring determined to be the primary ecological issues. To make matters worse, trees were removed in certain sections, increasing water temperature. Furthermore, no effort was made to reduce salt entering the waterway. Now, while efforts to reduce erosion were successful, a reduction in erosion provided no ecological benefits to the stream. In fact, if biological conditions were considered to be a part of ecological improvement, the restoration efforts did not convey this. While restoration has successfully protected the human-built environment and provided an aesthetically pleasing stream, restoration efforts have not convincingly made ecological improvements to the stream. and they are unlikely to do so in the future. Restorationists promoted their project as recreating a natural mountain stream, yet no segment of this creek looks like or behaves like a natural mountain stream. See, all too often, restoration efforts conflate aesthetically pleasing with ecological health. Now, conversely, fluvial geomorphologist Ellen Wohl understands that to manage a river effectively, one must recognize the connectivity of river systems have with their ecological surroundings. Hydrologic connectivity includes the superficial processes generated by the surrounding landscape and the subsurface properties, as well as the vertical connection with the atmosphere through transpiration and evaporation. River systems are complex, and to some extent, there's an emergent agency within complex systems due to their interconnected parts, which, as a whole, exhibit several properties and behaviors that are not obvious properties of the individual parts. Now, I contend that deep incarnation provides a means of reinvigorating the theological imagination to allow one to see the Creator as the agency in creation. The onset of modernity and the age of reason precipitated the separation of creator and created. This Cartesian dichotomy formed a distinct sphere for humanity over and against nature, rendering nature as merely the stage of human activity. The inert makeup of matter reduced nature to causal activity, stripping any sense of agency. Philosopher Charles Taylor contends science gave humanity a natural explanation of the world, which is no threat to the God of deism, but demystified the once enchanted and magical universe. Modernity was not the death of God, but did lead to the elimination of God's presence from the natural world. Gregerson's thesis reunites the creator and created, permeating nature once again with the divine while maintaining their distinction. Gregerson's proposal of deep incarnation reflects his careful meditation on Christ's eternality in relationship to creation. An incarnation, quoting Gregerson, in which God has not only assumed human nature in general, but also a scorned social being and a human animal body, at once vibrant and vital and yet vulnerable to disease and decay. Gregerson doesn't just ask, why did God become human? Rather, he raises the question, why did God become flesh? Becoming flesh allows the incarnated Logos to identify with all creation. According to Gregerson, God is more than tolerating the material world. Rather, God embraces and incorporates the cosmic aspects of creation in order to renew creation from the inside out. The upside of this view is the assertion that Christ is internally related to all the material cosmos. The Logos assumes the entirety of human existence and not just the lived experience of Jesus the Christ. Christ is fully enmeshed in the creaturely experience as a microcosm of all creation. The union of Christ to creaturely flesh on Gregerson's account extends beyond animal flesh into the materiality of all the cosmos. Now, Gregerson's proposal of deep incarnation suggests three distinct modes of incarnation. The strict sense model of incarnation, which is the concrete presentation of the manifestation of God in Jesus. The second being the broad sense of incarnation, the idea that incarnation is in, with, and under all things. Defined this way, God is not only present in Christ, but Christ is co-inherent with all creation. Christ exists in an essential relationship as an innate component of reality. The final form of incarnation is what Gregerson calls full scope or soteriological incarnation. The cosmic Christ is incarnate for others. Jesus, the embodied manifestation of God, co-suffers with others while working out their salvation. Now, Gregerson contends that the Stoic philosophical accounts of anthropology and physics have influenced both the ethics and cosmology of the Gospel of John. In the Johannine text, that Logos becomes sarx, or flesh, embraces the materiality of God, which within Stoic philosophy, according to Gregerson, views God as no less material than the physical cosmos. Stoicism, involving two ultimate principles, matter, or the merely passive principle, and God, or the Logos, the merely active principle. The divine Logos, defined as reason, is believed to permeate the cosmos, manifesting in differing degrees in other corporeal bodies, not only binding but causally responsible. However, this consists of a more unified nature than implied by a cause-effect relationship. For Stoics, the cause does not precede the effect, rather they exist simultaneously. In Stoicism, God, as the active principle, puts his rational and providential mark on everything he creates and does. His bodily character allows him to permeate the physical reality down to the smallest detail. Stoicizing the Christian traditions regarding creation and the Logos is fundamental to the conception of deep incarnation, scientifically as well as theologically. Now, according to Gregerson, the Johannine Logos is the all-pervasive structuring principle of the universe. In Gregerson's theology, the Stoic Logos as the active principle is reimagined as the divine Logos, the word and wisdom of God, which Gregerson states is the formative principle, who assumed not merely human flesh, but the whole malleable matrix of materiality. Gregerson argues that the incarnation is a radical divine self-embodiment of the Logos in material creation, incorporating all of existence in God's divine embrace. Now, therefore, Gregerson sees the Logos incarnate drawing into the divine person both the ordered or law-like reality and the indeterminate aspects as well. The Christian Logos, what Gregerson calls the divine informational resource, operates as the active principle permeating the cosmos. According to Gregerson, Christ is creatively present at the bottom of the universe, including the strange yet fundamental aspects of physical creation, the intricacies of the indefinitely small and entangled quantum world. Gregerson presents the Logos not only as incarnate in the physical human form of Jesus and fellow creatures, but the Logos incarnate in the quarks and gluons of the quantum world as well, such that all quantum events are divine events at the fundamental level of creation. Therefore, the incarnate Logos is everywhere in God's creation. Theologically speaking, deep incarnation is a theology of Eucharist, the Eucharist being the sacrament in which a person takes the bread and cup in celebration of the new covenant instituted through Jesus the Christ's sacrifice on the cross. Gregerson contends that the bread and the cup are the body and blood of Christ who is in, with, and under the sacraments. It is through the sacraments that participants enter into a deep social communion with Christ. Now, Gregerson holds to a consubstantiation model of the Eucharist, where the body and blood of Christ come alongside the sacramental elements as real presence. However, unlike transubstantiation, the elements do not transform into the actual body and blood of Christ. Instead, they maintain their distinctions. Consubstantiation is equivalent to the Stoic reading of the Logos as being the divine informational resource, and the word becomes sarx. Moreover, Gregerson argues that the Stoic unification of creator, the active principle, and creation, the passive principle, agrees with the creedal formula of Chalcedon: without confusion, without change, without division, without separation. Gregerson calls this mystery of creation, which takes place in the midst of everyday existence, the unspeakable unification of God and world, creator, and creature. Likewise, Gregerson stresses that consubstantiation, in, with, and under, underscores the unification between God and the creator. Now, for Luther, according to Gregerson, God is operative all over and therefore cannot be confined to a particular location in heaven or on earth. If divine transcendence signifies that God cannot be contained in time and space, divine immanence means God is radically immanent in space down to the smallest conceivable events, including quantum events. The creator God, the transcendent source of creation, is the God in whom we live and move and have our being. According to Gregerson, Luther states that the incarnation demonstrates the capability of infinite divinity entering into finitude. In doing so, creation is not absorbed into divinity, losing all distinction. Instead, creation is made available for use by God. Creation becomes forms of divine grace when used as such by God, and this can be undone without altering their natural properties. This leads Gregerson to an important realization, one that I believe has implications for linking incarnation with environmental restoration, that God cooperates with the creatures in such a manner as to give them their own work to do. God is not only in and above, but also with the creatures, insofar as they participate in God's creation and preservation of the world. Therefore, the act of environmental restoration, when done in such a way that it facilitates continuing creation and preservation of creation's essence, then human actions are co-restorative actions in cooperation with God. Likewise, any restoration activities that do not promote ecological flourishing can be viewed as direct actions against God's will for creation. In Luther's theology, Gregerson finds God active presently in the works of law and death, which serve to constrain and annihilate the human sins, and thus pave the way for restoration and transformation of creation. God is working from within creation in order to overcome the human and natural evil systemic in creation so that all creation might be redeemed. This being the case, Gregerson contends one cannot remove God from creation and have creation continue to exist. Creation is the word and work of God. According to Gregerson, Luther sees creation as being an expression of the divine rule of language. That is, all creation comes from the word. In the divine language, nouns such as fish, bird, human are creative events. Interactions between human and non-human events can be transformative events that may become bearers of divine meaning and even redemption. Out of these interactions emerges the ecology in which creation exists. And if these events are divine events, then what emerges out of these events is theologically significant. It directly reflects how our creation as a whole is expressing the fullness of God. All of creation expresses the nature of God, which is life-giving. Be fruitful and increase in number, spoken in the divine language to all creation. Therefore, a creation minus the word of Christ is nothing. The word and works of God are as inseparable as are the two natures of Christ in the communion between the living creator and creation. And as God's collaborators, our connection to God is understanding that God's calling is human vocation. Kenneth Hagin, a Lutheran theologian, argues human vocation is to serve our neighbor. Beginning with creation, Hagin contends God calls into existence all of creation, a creation ordered by God's will. Furthermore, Hagin states, everything works best when all do what they were made to do, and a creation not behaving in the ordered fashion God willed is tantamount to idolatry. Hagin continues, we are called to carry out God's work in creation, that is, to slay sin and to serve the neighbor. According to Hagin's reading of Luther, creation is ordered by God's divine will. Therefore, one could argue flourishing ecological systems are in accordance with God's will, and the opposite can be said of any ecosystem not functioning properly. To be responsible members of our ecosystem is to promote flourishing. This includes environmental restoration efforts. For us to love our neighbor and slay environmental sin, restoration efforts must be more than aesthetically pleasing, devoid of actual healthy ecological biomarkers, or promote only those services beneficial to human flourishing. To close, Gregerson's theory of deep incarnation demonstrates that the Logos, who is in, with, and under all creation, as well as the divine informational resource, is the same Logos incarnate in Jesus the Christ, the one in which humanity receives their vocation, a vocation for humanity to once again serve and keep God's good creation. Environmental restoration is one way to serve and to keep, but to serve and keep is not merely a restoration event. It is the reorientation of how one lives, which can be expressed in our restoration projects. Therefore, the events between humanity and the rest of creation are no less theologically consequential than those actions between God and humanity. The significance of the human stage relationship is heightened on a deep incarnational reading of creation. Creation is not merely a backdrop, it is instead permeated by the Logos. Therefore, restoration practices become theologically significant, as their interactions with the material creation are entangling human will and desire and shaping creation with the divine intent of the Logos. If true, then deep incarnation as a theological paradigm becomes praxis to a normative approach to eco-restoration. Thank you.
So I'll chair, I guess, this one, and then you get to do the rest.
Yes.
Robert, there's just one question from Patricia in the chat. I wonder if you want to tackle that one first, and then we can see if there's maybe one or two others that want to pipe in later, or type them up now if you've got thoughts emerging.
Yeah, so what is my definition of nature?
Yeah, I mean, in inverted commas, because, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one way nature just creates, I would say, refers just generally to the created order. Everything that's created can just be considered nature, but I think it probably functions more as everything that is I don't want to say not human, right? Because then that separates humanity and nature, because I think humans are a part of nature. But it is making a distinction, probably more as a definition of everything that is not human that we are in contact with and also enmeshed with. It's probably how I would describe it.
Does that include, because I wonder with your use of the word restoration, a sort of implicit sense that things should be better, like you're returning to, you're talking about flourishing. Is this a return to Eden? Is it a return to, when you say putting things right,
Yes.
what's normative there? Then how can you, I mean, if we keep changing the non-human environment, which we keep doing, we can talk about more ice in Antarctica, less temperature change, etc., etc. But what are we actually talking about? I mean, what are we putting right, or what are we restoring to?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And this, I guess, my research specifically focuses on ecological restoration as a vocation. It is typically used in degraded environments, right? Things that have been done, human causes that have led to channel incision or the stream bank erosion or a variety of like different ills, just plain contaminants or pollution that enters into waterways or whatever, or any restoration effort. So here it is difficult to say what is normal, and it's definitely not referring to returning to an Edenic state of any sense. I guess our bigger project is looking at how do we actually, how do we determine what do we restore to? And what I'm suggesting here is that flourishing, right? So it's just the fact that life is kind of what we're trying to restore. We're trying to take things that are degraded and bring them back to at least producing and functioning as they would if they had not been degraded. So I mean, it would have, if you take a stream, for instance, it would have all the biomarkers of a healthy stream. Now that doesn't mean we're looking to restore it to a past historical condition, because we need to be future oriented, in my opinion, especially with climate change. And so it's just what ways can it function as a healthy environment again. That's what we're trying to restore to. So, and flourishing is going to be the marker, I think, for that. And it's going to have to move beyond human flourishing, which is one of the problems with ecosystem services, where how does nature serve human needs and desires, instead of it needs to encompass all things, and that is a difficult task, to say the least.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I am familiar with the name Mark Wallace, but I have not read him. I will put that. So maybe if you want to, I can answer that question if you want to elaborate on what Mark Wallace is doing.
Yeah, in a section that I cut out of what I'll present today, I discuss a little bit what he does. And he wrote a book called When God Was a Bird, Christianity, Animism, and the Reenchantment of the World, in which he attempts to reclaim incarnation. And for all the critiques of Christianity in terms of ecological movements, he tries to redeem Christianity through working with a different, we could say, or redeemed sense of incarnation. And my sense is you are perhaps attempting to do something similar. You've disappeared from me for some reason.
Maybe you have to flip over to one.
Here you are.
No, I intentionally listened to a podcast for Mark Wallace to talk about this book, and they didn't. And so I don't know exactly what's in it. I do have some ideas. I think it's probably a little bit different. Gregerson tries to maintain, he tries to maintain a distinction between God and creation. And so that's where he comes with this Eucharistic theology, and so that's consubstantiation. So it's not that Christ is complete, it's the incarnation is in a way that is still distinct, and I'm in the process of still trying to work out exactly what he's doing and how I might change it. So it's probably not exactly the same way as Mark Wallace, but I do think we could, we need to reimagine how we kind of think about incarnation, especially if we want to say that God is going to be all in an eschatological, in a way, at some point, if we want to make that a future event, or if we want to make that a present event. So I think, reimagining the incarnation is probably necessary to make us see the divinity in the natural world and around us, and that some of us have lost sight of, especially in, I think, some Western versions of Christianity. Would probably argue, but is it the same as Mark Wallace? I don't know, and I do need to pick that book up. And Teilhard de Chardin, I have read some. This is on my reading list, and I keep mentioning it, and have not. But I am familiar with his work.
That's right at time there, so that's an awfully nice time to segue to relinquish the reins and hand over to our proper chair, Robert. So thanks for your paper, Robert.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Jeremy.
Over to the rest.
All right. So our next speaker is Deborah Davies from the University of Aberdeen. Is that right? So Deborah Davies is a postgraduate student at Trinity College, Bristol, where she trains for ordination in the Church of England. Deborah's doctoral thesis engages Pierre Teilhard de Chardin and Pentecostalism in a dialogue of the Lord's Supper, the Eucharistic theology of Teilhard de Chardin's 20th century Catholic priest and scientist can help Pentecostal theology better articulate Christ's presence at the table, sacrament, and Christ's presence in the world. Deborah previously studied philosophy and theology at Liverpool Hope University, where she completed an MA dissertation in 2012, comparing the evolutionary theology of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin's with emerging philosophies of transhumanism. Today, she is presenting her paper entitled Pierre Teilhard de Chardin's Cosmic Eucharist, Transforming Human Energy, Transfiguring the World.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I asked Robert if he'd heard of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, and he said he'd sort of read a bit of Teilhard. So hopefully this paper gives a bit more insight into Teilhard's theology. I'm quite embarrassed to say that I haven't read Gregerson, so that was so helpful for me in my study. So I can't wait to get more involved with him. So Teilhard de Chardin. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin was a French Jesuit priest and paleontologist who in the 20th century challenged the assumption of his day that reason and faith are irreconcilable. He once wrote that, quote, religion and science are the two conjugated faces or phases of one and the same complete act of knowledge, end quote. Teilhard considers the two spheres to be coextensive and bound together in the cosmic Christ. The world has a face, he argues, and one can love the universe as one loves their God. One can serve the world as one serves their God. Teilhard develops a Christogenetic framework for his cosmology, governed by a law of complexity consciousness, which sees humanity emerge at the pinnacle of reflexivity and invention. In so doing, he confronts a static view of the universe and any form of mysticism which would devolve the human person of earthly duty or promise escape from the material realm. This short paper suggests that Teilhard's Eucharistic and theology enables him to navigate the perplexing dualism ever present in the mind of the Christian, renunciation of and love for the world. In Teilhard's cosmic liturgy, the object of the chalice represents a critical phase of diminution in the soul's journey toward union with Christ, and bespeaks a principle central to Teilhard's new mysticism, that of decentration upon self and supercentration upon the absolute. The Eucharist is no longer a solo act of individual piety confined to the realm of spirit, but is a universal event destined to transform creation and all human energy. In this paper, I will argue that Teilhard's Eucharistic vision both delimits and augments human effort in the world, making the crown of evolution safe to inhabit. The Eucharist must pervade the human consciousness, creating a Eucharistic conscience in order to positively affect human agency. Teilhard's corpus spans many genres and disciplines, and for this reason I felt that his Eucharistic cosmology would be of benefit to this panel. Celia Dean Drummond draws upon Teilhard in her 2008 volume Eco-Theology and in her 2006 anthology Teilhard, People and Planet. Here she presents a critical revision of Teilhard's thought in response to the growing fields of environmental science, environmental ethics, and eco-theology. For that reason, this piece will make positive connections with major currents of thought in environmental ethics, with the hope of inspiring other more qualified scholars to assess the broader implications. Because while I hope that my paper contributes to this pressing task, I must confess that my familiarity with Teilhard's sacramental theology far exceeds my familiarity with the school of eco-theology. So I will now give a brief overview of Teilhard's context before moving on to analysis of his Eucharistic cosmology as it informs the human-nature relationship. To directly address the human-nature relationship as it pertains to environmental consciousness, I will draw upon the terms shallow ecology and deep ecology as defined by Dean Drummond. These two areas will provide a touch point from which to discern Teilhard de Chardin's contribution to the contemporary debate. Shallow ecology is anthropocentric, concerned with preserving resources integral to human flourishing, and deep ecology is ecocentric, acknowledging the intrinsic value of the non-human biotic community and seeking to sustain nature for nature's sake. Firstly, I will outline how Teilhard's sacramentalism illustrates his holistic approach to the human-nature relationship, thereby estranging him from the pretext of shallow ecology that nature exists solely as a means to an end. So Teilhard's Eucharistic vision. The Eucharistic vision of Teilhard de Chardin was global in scale. While undertaking one of his frequent scientific expeditions in 1923, Teilhard wrote La Masse sur le monde, the Mass on the world. This personal liturgy was set in the backdrop of the Ordos Desert in China, where Teilhard found himself without bread and wine nor Christian fellowship. The Mass is celebrated, it is thought, on the Feast of Transfiguration, given the date of writing, and the role the Eucharist has in restoring creation to holiness. This transfiguration theme is prevalent in the text and will prove instrumental in this study. At the time of writing, in the first half of the 20th century, the Catholic Church strongly emphasized the presence of Christ in the Eucharistic species of bread and wine. With scientific precision, the scholastics explained and safeguarded the transubstantiation of the elements to protect the sacrament from modern undoing. Eucharistic piety became increasingly privatized, with sacramental efficacy having implications for individual redemption, but more so than creation's redemption. The epiclesis altered the substance of the bread and wine, but did not transform the cosmos that yielded it. Teilhard expands the Eucharistic space. In Mass on the World, he prays to Christ, quote, "I have no desire, I have no ability to proclaim anything except the innumerable prolongations of your incarnate being in the world of matter. I can preach only the mystery of your flesh, you the soul shining forth through all that surrounds us," end quote. The writings of St. Paul to the church in Ephesus and Colossae are foundational texts, which for Teilhard expose best the Christic principle at the heart of matter. For example, Colossians 1:17 and 20, Christ in all things, holding things together, and through him God was pleased to reconcile to himself all things. Ephesians 4:6, there is one God and Father of all, who is over all and through all and in all. Christ's immanence animates the creative process from within. This process Teilhard terms Christogenesis. All is converging in unification toward Christ, the future omega point. The cosmos is a divine milieu, and humanity, through prayer, scientific endeavor, and moral duty, participates in Christ's work as he continues to build the earth. Teilhard's Eucharistic sacramentalism displays the intrinsic value of material substance. David Grummett has done extensive work on the transubstantiation of the elements in Teilhard's Eucharistic writing. Grummett observes a diversion in Teilhard's account away from the traditional Catholic dogma. In St. Thomas Aquinas' account, the substance of the bread is transformed into the body of Christ, while the accidents remain unchanged. In Teilhard's description, the accidents, along with the substance, are transformed in the Eucharistic consecration. The bread is no longer simply physical edification and symbolizing natural nourishment, it now becomes a symbol of the eternal feast and spiritual edification. In the Mass on the World, Teilhard recounts vividly, quote, "I shall stretch out my hand unhesitatingly toward the fiery bread which you set before me," end quote. Teilhard perceives that the accidents are supernaturally altered at the Eucharist, along with a simultaneous alteration of the communicant's vision by the Holy Spirit. This is not the mimetic Eucharist of Calvin, which Simon Oliver suggests can promise only a virtual reality of Christ's real presence. In this case, the breaking of the bread performing only the sign and not the reality of transformation. Teilhard displays a sacramental realism. Transubstantiation implies that Christ, latent in created substance, by the power of his resurrection becomes perceptible to the human subject and really transforms not only human perception, but the substance of the human and the accidents of the bread. This is important to this study because it shows that the bread and wine are not used as a means to an end, even in the sacred feast. Teilhard sees in Christ the unity of all things and reconciliation at the deepest level, once again expanding the contours of the Eucharist. And by extension, we can conclude that nature is intrinsically valuable, as evidenced by the redemptive, transformative work of Christ that flows from his table. I would argue that Christians should revisit the Eucharist as a location of transformation. Here, the faithful would not only witness the transformation of the elements, but could, by their participation, experience the transformation of their perception and Eucharistic consciousness. When the world is seen to be sacred, it is treated differently. And once one knows that one can act to minister to creation, one has a responsibility. And this will form the subject of this following section, the Eucharist as empowerment. Environmental ethicists remind human society of the transactional reality of the human nature relationship, whereby the human act to preserve nature must be conceived of as reciprocal to nature's act of birthing and sustaining human life. At the table sacrament, the bread on the table is the gift of nature, reminding communicants of their indebtedness to the earth for physical nourishment. These natural gifts of provision, God's gifts to humanity and nature, become privileged symbols of the spiritual gifts of eternal life provided in Christ. As humanity attempts to limit its exhaustion of earthly resources, it must do so not for humanity's sake alone, but in repentance for its exploitation of natural resources and in gratitude for nature's provision of food, fuel, and temperate climate. Susan Baker and Robin Morrison conclude that any Christian environmental spirituality is, quote, a call to action. It's an imperative to act, end quote. When Jesus said to his disciples, "Do this in remembrance of me," he not only instituted a sacrament, he proclaimed a commandment, calling his followers to action. The Eucharist calls humanity to performance because salvation in Christ was born of a saving act upon a cross. This act empowers humans for the priestly role of consecration, interceding for all of creation in a spiritual communion. Consequently, the Eucharist could be embraced by the school of ecomissiology as it empowers human agency in service of creation. This is how Teilhard was able to reconcile his work in science with his service to the kingdom of God. The Mass that sustained his prayer sustained his purpose in the world. His interpretation of the Mass is informed predominantly by religious experiences that occurred throughout his life. And Mary Gray notes the importance of Christian experience of the divine when she says, quote, "I have argued that liturgy is the true home of ethical commitment for justice for the earth, seen as restored and redeemed creation. But activists will burn out eventually without being nurtured by a tangible experience of God's presence and tangible sustenance." Gray continues her analysis, observing that in Teilhard's view, there is no automatic communion. Somehow Christ at the heart of matter could always already guarantee union with Christ. No, in Teilhard's scheme, it is the power of decision and cooperation made possible by the reflexive consciousness of humankind that ushers in a new era of new activity and co-creativity within the cosmos. One must ask what led humanity to the exploitation of nature in the first place, and the answer is no doubt a warped view of self and an imbalance of power that can occur when one is not frequently partaking in the Eucharistic meal, confronted with the sacrificial Christ. A right view of self brings transformation to human agency. And this forms my final section, Eucharistic mysticism. At this juncture, I will posit Teilhard's Eucharistic mysticism as a safeguard for human agency in the world. It could be suggested that the anthropocentrism prevalent in shallow ecology, the priority of the human self over and above the other, demonstrates the repercussions of misunderstanding humanity's privileged status among creatures. I would contend that deep ecology's egalitarian philosophy that would on occasion advocate the demise of a human population to prevent the extinction of an endangered species, this is not necessarily a better alternative. Norwegian philosopher Arne Næss, who coined the term deep ecology in 1973, rejects the idea that beings can be ranked according to their relative value. In Teilhard's evolutionary worldview, this would be a mistake. In response to this particular claim of deep ecology, Teilhard would reiterate his theory of complexity consciousness, which hierarchically positions humanity at the peak of consciousness, the highest level of life. The noosphere is the stage of harmonization at which consciousness is no longer insular and local to particular people groups, but grows in global possibility. The theory is rooted in Teilhard's Christology, Christ uniting all things to himself. Convergence is the telos of all levels of creation. And global consciousness is made possible both by human reflexivity and technological advancement in communication, making unity on a previously unforeseen scale suddenly possible. But Teilhard is not overly optimistic about the potential of human action in the noosphere. He writes in an essay, The Spirit of the Earth, found in his 1937 volume, Human Energy, quote, "Until the last century, it was great business to travel to the Antipodes. Over the poles and within the great continents floated a bright cloud of mystery. We have seen this heroic and fascinating period of exploration concluded in a few years. The human tide has covered everything. The earth is once and for all encircled by spirit. And with the constantly accelerated progress of aerial or etheric means of communication, the world is noticeably becoming exhausted in other ways by our continual scientific investigation." End quote. For Teilhard, there is a problem. As noted above, all of nature has intrinsic value in Teilhard's cosmology, and yet Christ's unifying act of redemption does not eliminate tiers of consciousness. Humanity's appearance on the earth was the moment at which, Teilhard claims, the power of invention began to grasp the evolutionary reins. Humanity must assume the crown of evolution because with it, humanity has reflexive power which can serve Christ's kingdom on earth and cooperate. One does not demote humanity to promote other strata of life. Teilhard writes, quote, "True union does not stifle or confuse its elements, it super differentiates them in unity," end quote. Teilhard claims that one need not devalue humanity to add value to the biosphere. And in Teilhard's mysticism, as Émile Ridieu surmised, in the human spiritual ascent, there must first be a centration upon self. This prevents the individual from suffering at the hands of totalitarian hierarchical systems and locates the source of energy in being. One must know that it is, and the next two movements are decentration upon others and supercentration upon the absolute. To conclude, in light of all created beings' equal intrinsic value, deep ecology predicts that humanity would at some point be required to suffer to allow nature's recovery. Teilhard is not averse to suffering, as this is often a providential process in nature, but physical suffering and death would not lead to a better human stewardship of the earth if humanity did not also undergo its own death of the ego and its denial of self. If humanity is to avoid the abuse of nature, individuals must decenter their energy from themselves and act in service of the other. This often will entail suffering or at the very least inconvenience. To participate in the sacrament is to drink the cup of Christ, and Teilhard in his personal liturgy conveys the centrality of the chalice in union with Christ. He prays, quote, "If my being is ever to be decisively attached to yours, There must first die in me not merely the monad ego, but also the world. In other words, I must first pass through an agonizing phase of diminution for which no tangible compensation will be given me. That is why, pouring into my chalice the bitterness of all separations, of all limitations, and of all sterile fallings away, you then hold it out to me. Drink ye all of this. End quote. The final movement in Teilhard's Eucharistic mysticism is that of supercentration upon the absolute, and this increases the radius of human energy, centering it upon the one who will ensure that energy is directed to the right end. If deep ecology is ecocentric as opposed to anthropocentric, Teilhard is Christocentric. For Teilhard, Eucharistic empowerment received in Christ's instruction to do this entails that the human being must resign itself to a great power. Christians cannot act apart from the gift of Christ's action upon the cross. Even the offering up of the bread and wine and all that they encapsulate does not represent a movement which can occur without the enabling power of the Spirit. Teilhard was Catholic, so he was obviously devoted to the adoration of Christ in the Eucharist, and his Eucharistic conscience was informed by the tradition of the Church. But it was his experience of Christ in the Eucharistic context that precluded his experience of Christ in the world. This consciousness or knowledge of the Eucharist and the experiences that follow this enable him to perceive nature as filled with the presence of Christ. As Christ, the bond of substance, is bound to creation through the effects of his ongoing incarnation, human destiny, because of Christ, is too bound to creation. Christ's redemptive act not only brings eternal transformation to human persons, but to the personal universe. And this not only makes real to Teilhard the sanctity of nature, it compels him to act and minister between Christianity and science, unifying matter and spirit. And finally, this action is safeguarded by the Eucharistic standard, Christ's passion, his sacrifice and surrender to the natural forces that not only give humanity birth, but also bring death. The example of Christ teaches his followers to supercenter their energy upon the absolute, making possible not only a physical death, but a spiritual death of the flesh.
Thank you. That's good. We have a couple questions in the chat. One from Ryan Turnbull. Do you see that one? He asked for the Calvin's. Why does Calvin's Eucharistic theology only create a virtual presence?
Oh, you should ask Simon Oliver about that. Yeah. So that was important to me in this paper because the change of appearance is so crucial in Teilhard's theology, because it has to be. He's got a spiritual empiricism. So if you emphasize the change in appearance, it could almost sound as though you're stressing like a real kind of symbolic presence, or a shallow symbolic presence, rather than a real transubstantiation. So as to why Simon Oliver and many other scholars think that Calvin's Eucharistic theology is virtual, I think it's, from memory of reading that passage in Oliver, I think it's the telling the fact that the reality of what the bread symbolizes is in the heavenly realm. It's not actually in the physical material realm. So if it represents the body of Christ, that body of Christ is not here, it has ascended. So it is speaking of something, it is not the real kind of present presence. Does that help? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it just seems like a bit of a misreading of what Calvin's theology actually is.
Okay.
But, like it's a common criticism that it's an absent Christ, but they would say like something like you're being brought into that Christ's presence to the Father is what brings the world into the presence of God. And so that's what's going on there. And even like with the transubstantiation account of Eucharist, it's not actually the case that this is happening in like physical reality, because we don't actually want to say that the physical materiality of the host is is the thing. It's the essence, right? So there is this, like, there's something beyond kind of the physical and materiality in kind of every account, actually, of. But yeah, anyways, that's interesting. I'll have to.
I'm sorry, that was a caveat in my paper, which I shouldn't have put in if I didn't have a robust theology of Calvin's Eucharist.
Is Samuel? What's the book?
So it was a paper he wrote. So I can send you the title of that in the chat when I get to it. Yeah.
Right. And kind of following up on Ryan's question, have you seen Dr. Conte's question? I think it.
You are speaking about the marriage between science and theology. Okay, I'm trying to get to grips with this question. Could someone try, like, unpack that question for me?
I think what she's asking is that, scientifically speaking, if and then maybe you want to clarify it, and would you want to clarify it, Dr. Conte? You're muted.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's just a kind of obvious question. You opened your talk speaking about this kind of marriage between science and theology, because Teilhard de Chardin, he is actually a scientist and a theologian. And then you headed straight into a discussion of the Eucharist, which you took in a fairly literal sense of the theological term. But that's absolutely impossible scientifically, right? Flesh, dead, right? Bread and wine does not transform into flesh. That's simply ridiculous from a scientific point of view. So my question is, why do you start your talk as though you're speaking about some marriage between science and theology, and then head straight into some theological interpretation that takes for granted that all of your audience is Christian, that they understand and don't find crazy this idea of a literal interpretation of the Eucharist, as though somehow you weren't contradicting science? Well, you are contradicting science. So is that a problem for you? If not, why not?
Yes, I think that is missing from my paper. Definitely. Thank you for challenging me on that. Yeah, I think for Teilhard, there is the scientific cannot be, nothing in Christ can simply be. He was frustrated with religion that said that religion is religion and science is science, but he had the understanding of the process of nature performing the miraculous. So for him, the kind of miracle of the transubstantiation it occurs in nature. It's not it doesn't kind of completely defy the laws, because Christ is sovereign of those laws. And this is what Teilhard is critiqued for himself. He is, like, he would hate to say that the Eucharist is contradicts science. Like, for him, that is just like heresy. Like, he would often say he'd rather be a scientist than a priest. So I have done probably a poor representation of his Eucharistic theology, but he absolutely would not say that transubstantiation is something that is foreign in science. For him, it has to participate in it.
But what you're saying just brings it to the next level, because, okay, that makes sense to a certain extent. You say, okay, the miracle, but miracles are also contradicting science. So the same problem stands at that level. Yeah, there's no miracles in science. So,
well, it totally depends on what your definition of science is. You can't take science as a monolithic sort of discipline. It isn't. It as much as theology isn't. So there's
give me one scientific explanation of miracles. Any one. I don't know any. Zero. So any one would be good for me.
Because you're asking for a reductionism that may not necessarily be the correct category for examining what you're talking about.
I didn't ask for a reductionist interpretation of science. I asked for any interpretation of science that would explain a miracle. Any. No specification given to you.
I'm not out to explain miracles. But I'm just saying that the category of saying this over against that just doesn't work for me, because I don't think that is adequate to either discipline. And
can I yeah.
I have about 700 things I'd like to say about that, but I'm also aware that we're starting to steal time
Can I
from
just
our
say something
colleague
really,
who's
really
about
quick?
to present.
Can I just say really quickly, the perception in Teilhard's theology is really helpful, because for him it's not just the evidence, it's the revelation as you approach the evidence. So there's something in the Eucharistic celebration which is a gift of the Holy Spirit to interpret what you are observing and what is actually happening, which in a scientific reductionist reading may appear impossible, but with the gift of the Holy Spirit is made possible. Just wanted to say that.
Now, this is an interesting discussion. Maybe we should pick this back up after the rest have presented. So our next presenter will be, and forgive me if in my Southern accent, I just ruined this. I'm going to give it a shot. As Dr. Baldassare Scolari, he has studied religious studies at the University of Zurich. He teaches media ethics at the Bern University of Applied Science and the Kerr University of Applied Science. Since 2012, he is a member of the research group Media and Religion. His research focuses on media ethics, discourse theory and analysis, performativity of religious language and representation, hermeneutics, and political philosophy. His dissertation on the performativity of martyrological representation of political violence was published in 2009. And today he's going to be presenting his paper, Religion and Cinematic Representations of Anthropogenic Climate Change. Ryu.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I will switch to I share the screen because I have a PowerPoint presentation, hoping that maybe this will help you to understand a little bit what I'm saying, because my accent is not very well, and it's in the last year I didn't speak a lot of English. So like this. You see the screen? Okay, perfect. So what I will present today is not a finished or ongoing research project, but it's only a first draft, a collection of ideas, and I hope to have a feedback, also a very critical and destructive feedback from you about what I'm saying. It's only a sort of trying to have an idea and looking for a possible research project that I will do in the next years. So the working title is a little bit changed. The working title is Ecotopia and Eco-Apocalypse, Religion and Fictional Representation of Global Ecological Crisis. Maybe one note, when you see some English mistakes in the PowerPoint, you can tell me, then I will change it after. So the aim of the presentation is to explain what lies behind this title, or more precisely, to expose the conceptual and hermeneutic horizon within which I'm trying to develop the research project. Let me start by briefly addressing the conference theme of the power of religion. Religion and power. This theme plays a central role in my research project, or my idea for a research project. In the last years, in the research field of the study of religion, the role of religion in shaping debates and discourses about anthropogenic climate change has been addressed and underlined very often. As Sonia Sachdeva puts it in her review of the literature in the research field, I quote, "Religion has a pivotal role to play in shaping our ecological future. Religious worldviews are as pervasive components of cultural systems, have important implications for how humans think about their role in nature, how to engage with the natural world, and importantly, how shared resource should be managed," and so on. Now, starting point of my research project is the conviction that this pivotal role of religion in shaping the way in which communities, and individuals cope with the ongoing climate crisis should not only be investigated by understanding religions as doctrines, traditions, or institutions, but also as communication systems. In many theories of religion, it is assumed that religion takes place in the sphere of activity of religious institutions and organizations, denominations, and so on and so on. So on the social level, where there is an actor that does something and not in the medium itself. However, this assumption seems to me too narrow nowadays. Religious language forms, signs, symbols, figures, and so on, play a central role in a wide range of media representations, especially within representation dealing and thematizing crisis, situation of uncertainty, moments of glory, happiness, or despair. In communication and media studies, studies on the role of religion in mass media coverage of climate change have increased in the recent years. Numerous studies examine the thematization and framing of climate change in print media, in television news formats, while papers focusing on fictional representation in novels, movies, and other fictional media are still relatively rare. There are some articles discussing and analyzing the relationship of religion and climate change within individual works of fiction. Maybe I will have some time to make some examples after. But what is still lacking in the research field is a systematic and comparative examination of the use of religious science and science processes, meaning narratives, in different fictional representations of climate crisis. Before I can explain what I mean by fictional representation and how I want to analyze the role that religion plays in them, I need to clarify that what I mean when I say coping with the ongoing climate crisis. In what sense we can say that we are in the midst of a climate crisis? Is the term crisis just a political catchphrase? Or does it also have a heuristic value for academic research? And in which sense we can think of religion, or more precisely, on religious science and science processes, as helping individuals, groups, and communities to cope with the global climate crisis? The theoretical framework of my research project is based on following three cornerstones. First, the state of the world in the face of anthropogenic environmental degradation is increasingly being perceived and presented as a state of permanent crisis. This awareness of crisis seems to penetrate more and more areas of daily life, private and public. The media not only play a central role in the construction and maintenance of crisis awareness, but also convey options for action and subjectivity models that people use to orient themselves in coping with the crisis individually and socially. 3. Media representation of anthropogenic environmental degradation very often rely on religious science, motifs, symbols, and more generally on aesthetic, rhetorical, and narrative representation patterns, because these prove to be particularly performative in conveying meaning and shaping identity in a situation of real or perceived crisis. The term crisis is used by journalists, activists, and politicians as a political catchphrase sometimes to denote a situation in which urgently needed measures to avert a possible climate catastrophe are considered necessary, but nevertheless remain largely absent at all social level. The documentary An Inconvenient Truth by former US Vice President and Nobel Prize winner Al Gore, which warned of a, I quote, global climate crisis that is deepening and rapidly becoming more dangerous than anything we have ever faced, end of quote, certainly contributed to the popularization of the term climate crisis. The term is also often used in journalism. The British daily The Guardian even announced on May 17, 2019, that it had updated its style guide to, I quote, introduce terms that more accurately describe the environmental crisis facing the world. Despite until recently, the scientific community was more reticent in the use of the term crisis, in a November 2019 statement published in January 2020 issue of the scientific journal Bioscience, a group of over 11,000 scientists argued that describing global warming as a climate emergency or climate crisis is appropriate. Now, there are good reasons for considering crisis as a useful heuristic concept for describing the current global environmental situation. In fact, to speak of crisis of the ecosphere, biosphere, means pointing to the fact that there is empirical evidence, according to climate scientists, that the system ecosphere could be potentially overloaded to such an extent that its disturbed homeostasis could no longer be regulated, leading to unprecedented and potentially disastrous consequences. However, the term is also often used to describe the cognitive and emotional status of individuals, groups, and communities facing global environmental problems, and the way they are framed by the media and by part of the scientific community. In fact, different studies have highlighted that the term does invoke a strong emotional response in conveying a sense of urgency. But some caution, yes, that this very response may be counterproductive and may cause a backlash effect due to perception of alarmist exaggeration. So there is always this idea, apocalyptic representation of climate change is not very useful for really trying to resolve the problem, and so on and so on. Now, how do people deal with cognitive, affective, and imaginative difficulty of coping with sensations such as fear, loss of control and order, disorientation, insecurity, powerless, and anxiety? Now, I imagine that you imagine that it is at this point within my theoretical framework that religion comes into play. According to Martin Riesebrot, you know it certainly, is famous scholar of the study of religion. According to Martin Riesebrot, interventionist practices in all religious tradition at all time, it's a translation of the quote here in German, interventionist practices in all religious tradition at all time aim to prevent or manage crises, risks, dangers when they occur. He divides such crises into crises of nature, crises of the human body, and crises of social relationship or identity. Although Riesenbrot only attributes to interventionist practices, that is primarily rituals, a crisis management potential, I assume that this quality or performativity can also be attributed to media using religious motifs, signs, symbols, and so on, and thematizing crisis. In fact, successful crisis management is always preceded by an attribution of meaning to the crisis itself. The production and communication of meaning is achieved by the means of discursive practices of representation, which manifests themselves in different cultural artifacts, such as texts, monuments, pictures, motion pictures, etc., and can be articulated using different modes or semiotic resources. Mary Evelyn Tucker, co-founder of the Forum of Religion and Ecology at Yale University, explicitly refers to the role of religion in coping with fears and the sense of disorientation that arise in the face of climate change and other ecological problems. At the same time, however, she emphasizes that religious coping mechanisms do not necessarily lead people to engage individually in civil society or politically in solving ecological problems. So she speaks about this creative tension. I mean, the focus in this case seems to me is very monotheistic, but okay, she distinguishes there is this creative tension between personal salvation versus commitment to social justice, peace, ecological integrity. This is a sort of recapitulation of what I said until now. There is this idea that there is a factuality of crisis which is given by what scientists, climate scientists, are saying to us. On the other side is the problem that climate change is over complex as a phenomenon, because it's not so simply to understand the system of cause and effects. So there is this problem of overcomplexity, the problem of imperceptibility. So we can experience that one summer is hotter, we can experience some natural catastrophes, but the relationship between causes and effects is not visible, it's not perceivable. We have to rely to the data models explanation of climate scientists. This is a little bit the idea. This has an effect which is a personal crisis, a subjective crisis, and in media I see this is let's say the hypothesis. Medias are a system of reduction of complexity which produce meaningfulness, construct, challenge identities, ideas of how we live in the world, how we deal with the problem of climate change and so on. But this doesn't mean that a successful coping mechanism leads to political or action or change of life. It could also lead in the sense, okay, I find a way to live with the problem, to give sense to the problem, but I do nothing. This is the idea when I mean active subjectivity and passive subjectivity. So, and the question is then, what is the role of religion within it? We have finally reached the point where I can present my research question, and I have only 5 minutes, but okay. What role does religion figures, signs, symbols, rhetoric patterns, and narrative structures play in the meaning-making process related to fictional representation of anthropogenic climate change? As I already highlighted, the basic working hypothesis is that religious signs and sign processes are particularly appropriate when it comes to representing climate change in a way that potentially enables the recipients to cope with the awareness of the crisis situation. Now, if I decided to turn my attention to fictional representation that resume, or more precisely, iterate, and recontextualize linguistic and narrative forms coming or appertaining to a religious tradition, it is because I believe that there is something like an intrinsic performativity of fictionality. So I can not go deeper because I have only 3 minutes and 30 seconds again. So the idea of Wolfgang Iser is what is the performance of fictionality is explaining the world in the modus of the as-if. Similar to the as-if in the Paul's letters, but in another context. I mean, in the sense that here there is a construction, a mediation of meaning by selection of elements of the world, recombination, and self-disclosure. So the explanation of being fictionality. This is maybe we can discuss it later, because if not, I will not have enough time to finish. Another aspect, I quote Castoradis, but I could quote many other cultural scientists, coming from post-Marxist tradition, the idea of the potentiality of radical imagination, to imagine the radical different worlds, to imagine completely different forms of socialization, forms of life, and so on and so on. So the idea that literature, in difference to, for example, more documentaristic or journalistic media representation, can also show us, yes, how could be this paradise? How could be this world that we, it's not more, it's a world where we live, for example, in equilibrium with nature and so on and so on. I mean the idea of imagine what is not there, very simple. Exactly. For what concerns the methodological framework, at present state of the research, I can only say that I intend to focus on the way in which alternative times and spaces are constructed, represented, and used in the attempt to cope with the crisis, to offer meaningfulness in a time of both factual and perceived crisis. One of the main paradigm for narrating different alternative spaces is, it is obvious, utopia. Paraphrasing the great Frederick Jameson, one could say that utopian moments or impulses in fictional literature are almost always present when it comes to giving meaning to the real world by imagining a radical different one. So here is very Hegelian, the idea that the narrative is the dialectic unity of identity, which is inside the narrative by showing its radical difference. So this is a little bit the idea. Not so simple to explain it in English, and I read Jameson in translation. So on the other side, there is the idea. One of the main and most successful paradigms in fictional representation of global crisis is undoubtedly that of the apocalypse. Frank Kermode describes apocalyptic narratives as concord fiction. As he writes, I quote, and then I finish, I know that the time is over. Apocalypse depends on a concord of imaginatively recorded past and imaginatively predicted future, achieved on behalf of us who remain in the midst. So the question is, we all die, we need sense, and concord fiction, they do that, what you see here. They make a narrative entanglement of, I mean, what the apocalypse narrates from the beginning to the end with our life. So more than a system with a narrative system with main symbols, it is a narrative pattern which is able to give meaning in a certain way. On the other side, there is utopia. The question will be, and what role those religion plays within fictional apocalypse and utopia. And on the other side, are there ways in which we find the one in the other? There is eco-apocalyptic utopias, or on the other case, where is apocalyptic narrative pattern within utopian narratives? So I know the time is finished. These are the source corpus, the criteria of selection. It's the idea I want to work with movies and novels. One of criteria is the explicit thematization of anthropic causes and effects of global ecological crisis, which means I will not deal with post-apocalyptic narratives because it's too much, obviously, and because it's not so interesting for me. Then obviously the use of signs, symbol, figures, motif, rhetorical patterns, the sentence is not finished, in which explicitly or in a way which is not doubtable, use religious symbols which are related with religious tradition. Then the time frame window, I want to begin with the first chapter of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, which is a sort of fiction. And the genre is fantasy and science fiction for the simple reason that is what I like. So it's more simple.
Thank you.
Okay, I finish.
Yes, yeah, we have. I think you have time. I think for one question that's been asked by Dr. Kidwell.
Mm-hmm. Wait a moment. I want to come back to the presentation. Now, how is it that I go? Ah, stop share. Okay. So the question is, the question of Jeremy Kidwell.
That's me.
Yes.
Yes, I'd love to. Can you explain me the question?
I think you mentioned along the way that you wanted to do something comparative. So I was just curious if you had a kind of methodological frame in mind for how you were going to be doing your comparison.
Yes, the methodology.
There's this kind of standard problem of how do you compare religions without
always
them.
The big problem of comparative. I mean comparative in the media. So I search
Sure.
in a semiotically and with narratology. The idea is to make some sort of narratological macro analysis of the plot and story, relationship, plot and story, figural characters, and so on. And then to look where on this level there are possibilities to compare it. So for example, I've wrote a paper about gender in apocalyptic representation of climate change, where to look what are the decisional characters? What are the characters that make decision that let come out from the crisis, for example? These are stuff that can be compared. So from a point of view of narratology. And then on the semiotical level, the big problem is that I have too many sources. I mean, if I do a microanalysis of novels, which are sometimes 1,000 pages long, I mean, I have to find a way in which I can say I synthesize and I focalize on certain important parts. So I have first to inductively understand what are the recurrent topics, and then I can compare it. So this is
Perfect. We can continue this later. We're ready for our next presenter, which is Professor Michael Northcott. Michael Northcott is a professor of religion and ecology at the Indonesia Consortium of Religious Studies at the Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. In 2018, he was a guest professor in the Faculty of Theology at Heidelberg University, and from 2007 to 2017, he served as the professor of ethics at the University of Edinburgh. His most recent monographs are A Political Theology of Climate Change and Place, Ecology, and the Sacred. Today, I believe you're presenting your paper on God and Gaia.
Cool, thank you. I'd like to share my screen, if I may. Hopefully this will work. Let's see. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Is the screen sharing?
Yep, looks good.
Yeah, good. Okay, so what I'm doing in this brief presentation is to talk about my current research project, which is a book for Routledge, already contracted, with the title God and Gaia, Religion and Ecology in the Anthropocene. It's not, the subtitle, well, it's a compromise. I wanted something to do with agency and ontology, but the publisher thought it wasn't marketable, but that's really the topic. The focus of the book is essentially the significance of the ontological term in anthropology, and increasingly in what I call ecological philosophy, new materialism, and so on, for religion, and for religion particularly as seen in the light of the Gaia hypothesis. So what I'm going to do in this short talk is to share the structure of the book as currently envisaged. And some of it's written, some of it's still in writing, and I'm sure many of you have had the experience of, in the course of writing something, the structure still changes. So who knows, even from the presentation, there may be changes. But just one more thing, the cover of the book is a photograph. Well, I'm hoping to use that for the cover actually. This is a photograph of an inverted cloud layer over a live volcano taken from a rice field just around the corner from my house here in Bali. And it's a good example of a living Earth experience, which really underlines my interest in the Gaia theory and its connection to religion. Bali is known as the island of the gods, and it's very much a live island in the sense of it's on the ring of fire. This particular volcano, Gunung Agung, is about 15, 20 miles from the house and was pretty active only a few months ago. So we sort of, in Bali, you get this sense of a living earth that, you know, for example, in Scotland, the volcanoes are all extinct, so you don't get the same sense. So I'm going to start the book with a section that I've decided to call Anthropocene Pathologies. And the first of these chapter, which I've entitled Bats, Boundaries and Biopolitics, and it very much relates to the current crisis that we're all enduring. The reason, of course, for us meeting online rather than in the flesh in Italy is the COVID-19 emergency. It's said that the virus originated in a bat, a particular genome of a bat, which had been isolated actually in a laboratory in China, and then somehow morphed through a Malayan pangolin, it is said, into a remarkably humanly appropriate virus, which has turned out to be virulent in certain contexts. So I would contend not as virulent as to require the shutting down of most of the global economy, but that's another matter. Now, there are two theories as to the origin of the current virus, one of which was first put out by the Chinese government when they first announced the emergency, which was that they believed it had come out of the lab in Wuhan. The day that President Xi announced the emergency in China relating to the SARS-CoV-2 virus, the Chinese government announced new and stricter regimes for biosafety in bioweapons and other virology labs. And of course, the virology lab in Wuhan is also a bioweapons lab. Now, at the time that President Xi made an announcement, and indeed there have been follow-up announcements in China, I mean, the Chinese clearly believe it did come from the laboratory. They're challenging precisely the genealogy of the virus. In other words, they have said publicly they think originally the virus was modified in the United States and then was transferred into virology research in Wuhan. So the idea that the virus is genetically engineered, which began in the West at least, it was pronounced to be a conspiracy theory, is already in the realm of geopolitics, particularly in relation to China. But there are now a number of scientific papers which have also appeared in peer-reviewed journals suggesting that the virus is very odd indeed, and that it has features that don't fit a zoonotic origin. In a sense, the point I'm making in the first chapter of this book is it holds for whichever hypothesis you take. Essentially, what people are doing in hundreds of virology labs around the world, some of them bioweapons labs and some of them more medically oriented labs, is taking viruses that are already in the natural world, many of them from animals, and engineering them to make them stronger, or mixing them with other viruses to give them new characteristics, or engineering them so that they can be transmissible to humans. We are told that the main purpose of this research is to develop vaccines for humans. However, President Obama was so concerned about this research in the United States that he actually banned the genetic engineering and strengthening of viruses in labs in the United States in 2014. So I'm not alone in thinking that genetically engineering and strengthening viruses which can jump from labs into human bodies is not very, very sensible procedure. And there's a very good paper by Carl Mitchum that came out after the COVID-19 crisis, making the very same point, a very well-known American philosopher of technology. So the point is that there's a boundary between the lab and the body, which it is very hard to police because there are bodies in labs. We don't know how the virus emerged either from the lab or from the wet market. But the boundary between the body and the lab is a classic kind of simulacrum, if you like, in the scientific culture of the nature-culture divide, which, as Bruno Latour and many others have pointed out, is a construct of modernity which doesn't hold when you actually get down to examine particular instances of hybrids, and the laboratory, a genetic laboratory is a hybrid. It is not either nature or culture. Of course, if the virus originated in a wet market, then we must assume that pangolins were sold live in the wet market. And there's no evidence that they are, actually. Bats should also have been sold live. For the virus to have jumped from a bat to a pangolin, both animals needed to be alive at the time, as well as the human beings. Now, I think there are quite a lot of things that go on in wet markets around the world which are extremely unwise, including in Africa as well as Asia. There's a wet market in Sulawesi, I'm told, where where live bats are actually sold for meat. So I think that clearly bats belong in bat caves in ecosystems. They do not belong in markets alongside domestic animals like chickens and pigs, where it's very easy for a virus to transfer from a bat to a domesticated animal and on, particularly in pigs, because pigs are genetically so close to us, to humans. So whether we take it that the virus came from a laboratory or the wet market, the core issue for me in COVID-19 is the complete failure to understand that there are things that occur in the non-human world which are different to the things that occur in the human world. And the major characteristic of what I call Baconianism, Baconian science and the domination of nature, is to neglect, ignore, even completely traduce and destroy the agency, the differential agency of other beings. The failure to do this has led us into this new round of what Michel Foucault called biopolitics, with this huge mass surveillance project, which is now in train. Everybody being tracked and traced by their phones and all the rest of it before we're let outside again. So that's roughly the first chapter, situating the book in the current crisis. The second then, in a way, leads on from the first, which concerns genetic engineering. But of course, that's a much broader issue than simply the genetic engineering of viruses. If you look at the impact of genetic engineering on the world of agriculture in the last 50 years, it has had a significant impact in terms of reducing biodiversity, both in crops, in the places where crops are grown and sprayed, and of course in the soil, because the forms of agriculture that have been promoted by genetic engineering are increasingly impacted on the biodiversity, the microbiota which live in the soil, the worms and so on, as these are increasingly wiped out by artificial ammonia, pesticides, herbicides, and so on. So if you look back in the history of life, we are living in an era of maximal biodiversity. I suggest in the book that this maximal biodiversity on which the cosmos has converged over 3.5 billion years is an Earth value that is needed for ecological resilience, including for providing mammals like us with a healthy environment, a stable environment which can deal with shocks, even the shock of climate change. So that's the core of the second chapter. The third I call the environmental fight back. And the third chapter is really about James Lovelock, actually, because James Lovelock, the scientist who came up with the Gaia theory, has had a remarkable influence on the environmental movement more broadly. I must say, until I started properly reading his biography, I actually didn't realize this. So he came up with an instrument called the electronic capture detector around 1960. This is a device so sensitive that it can detect chemicals, pollutions in air or indeed in water, down to 1 part per trillion. And it led to, as he points out, the discoveries of the role of pesticides in minute amounts in human cancers and ecosystem changes, which led to Rachel Carson's book, which of course was probably the single most influential text in the formation of agencies like the Environmental Protection Agency and a whole gamut of environmental laws has come about since that book was written, and the larger environmental movement. Of course, James Lovelock's invention also led to the discovery of the ozone hole in the atmosphere above Antarctica, caused by chlorofluorocarbons, which were widely used as accelerants and as refrigerants throughout the industrial world, thought to be harmless, but were discovered to be destroying the ozone layer. And that discovery led to the only thus far successful global environmental treaty. I say that those words advisedly. The only international environmental treaty that's actually achieved what it set out to achieve is the Montreal Protocol, because it has already, that protocol has already stopped the expansion of the ozone hole over the Antarctica, and it's now thought that eventually, provided climate change doesn't mess things up, that eventually the ozone hole will significantly heal. So for me, it's really fascinating that Lovelock played a big role in environmentalism in general in the second half of the 20th century, because Lovelock's story and his discovery is part of the story of this book. Fourthly, then, I come to the failures of biodiversity and climate governments. Unlike the Montreal Protocol, treaties on biodiversity and climate change are not currently, unfortunately, succeeding. And I go into the reasons for these in some detail. I've written a much longer book on climate governance, a political theology of climate change, and I'll present aspects of that book in this chapter, summarizing it, but also updating it, but also including a consideration of the failure of the biodiversity treaty. So then so in other words, what I'm saying in chapter 4 is that there was a fight back, but it ain't working. And then in chapter 5, I asked why it's not working. And here I really talk about corporate capital. I mean, what is behind genetic engineering and the reduction of biodiversity on farms, and the ongoing destruction of tropical rainforest and their conversion into monocultures like palm oil and soya, is corporate capital. It isn't ordinary people. I mean, peasants get involved sometimes in setting fires if their government tells them they can make money from selling palm oil because the government's going to turn palm oil into motorcycle fuel or whatever. However, the underlying agenda, which is driving the planet away from its former ideological directedness to greater biodiversity, which also sustained climate stability, is the larger story of corporate capital and its directing of the future of life. Now, in some ways, it might be said that the current emergency is a sort of suspension of the rule of corporate capital. And this is indeed what Bruno Latour argues in a recent paper on COVID-19. However, I'm a little more skeptical than he is, and I see features of the response, the highly complex social and internationally integrated response of governments and corporations to the COVID-19 crisis, which, far from representing the closure of corporate capital, represent a number of features of corporate capital which are actually said to be desired features for the evolution of corporate capital and the capacity of corporate capital to actually survey and have more control over the future of life, including human life into the future. In other words, for me, there is a real question about whether the current apparent shutdown of parts of the economy will or will not lead to a greener, healthier, more sustainable conception of economy, or whether it will actually lead to even more biopolitical control of genes and of us than we see in the whole genetic engineering project. The second part of the book is I'm calling Religion and the Death of Gaia. Again, I've done some of this before, but I'm going to do it in a slightly different way in this book. And so much of it will be familiar to many of you. In chapter 6, I reprise Carolyn Merchant's excellent argument in Death of Nature and Modern Science, the role of the scientific method in performing, not only conceiving, but performing a conception of nature as dead rather than alive in the old organic, say, or Aristotelian sense of alive. And then seventhly, the role of that in Christianity in the construction of the nature-culture divide, which I think is the part of the limb-wide thesis which I find most convincing. And then number 8, I'm going to look at capitalism as religion and the death of God. It seems to me that capitalism is the dominant religion in the modern world. And I would argue, and I will in this chapter, that actually the closure of public religion in almost every country in the world right now is not just about public health. That there's something else going on, it seems to me, in what we're living through, which is highly significant. But to me indicates that capitalism and its connection with secular scientism is, in a sense, now the dominant planetary religion. And again, here I disagree with Bruno Latour. I don't see the current crisis as dethroning capitalism. I think in a way, it is actually dethroning religion even more than any previous secularization, part of the secularization project, if we can call it a project rather than simply a movement or a tendency in history. The third part of the book is I'm calling religious ontology and the Gaia theory. So in chapter 9, I come back to James Lovelock and I describe what I'm calling his rediscovery of the Earth as a system. Now, he's the first to admit in a very recent essay that when he wrote the ages ago, he did not know of the Scotsman James Hutton, who in the 18th century actually created the modern scientific conception of the Earth as a system. He talked in his books about the system of the Earth, and he used volcanoes as a metaphor, a visual metaphor for how the Earth is a living system. And he shows in line drawings of Glen Tilt, of the Isle of Arran, of bits of the Lake District, how magma flows up, comes out the top, spews out, generates sediment. That sediment then sustains life. The sediment then also runs down the rivers. Then the rivers take it down into the ocean. It's locked down into the core of the crust of the Earth by the weight of the ocean and forms rocks. And then you get the sedimentary magma morphic rock distinction. And of course, the whole science of geology and deep time all emanates from Hutton. But what Lovelock does is not just to update Hutton, but to take Hutton's work in geology into biology and the whole evolution and history of life right up to the present time, including, of course, the climate. I mean, Hutton didn't know the role of volcanoes in relation to the climate. He didn't know the role of plants in relation to the proportion of gases that there are in the atmosphere, which are ideally suited for human life. The core of Lovelock's idea is that the surface of the Earth, from the deep ocean trench to the 30, 40 kilometer outer reach of the atmosphere, is a living system, incredibly complex living system. And all parts in the system sustain the system to be habitable for the beings that live in that system, including us. But of course, the other thing about Lovelock's theory, and he makes it quite explicit, is that it does indicate that in some sense the Earth is alive. And so then he did adopt William Golding's suggestion that he would call it the Gaia theory, because he did see his theories in some senses reclaiming an older idea, much older than James Hutton, of course, that the Earth is alive. And all the beings in the Earth have agency in the construction of the habitat which give life to all other beings in the present and in the future. So that's number 9. And then chapter 10, I trace the idea of the Earth as alive and the whole area of kind of what we call sometimes the ontological turn through 3 phases of religious development. First, indigenous religious ontologies. And of course, the ontological turn and the work of people like Philippe Descola is very much about the indigenous cosmologies and the way in which they conceive of, say, trees and birds, even rivers, in some senses, are living beings, quasi-personal beings. And this anthropological awareness of the kind of spread of agency and being in indigenous traditions gave rise to what others now call the ontological turn. So then in 11, I want to go over how we see, how I think it's quite possible to see Gaian ontologies in the Vedas, going back over right before the Christian era, the influence of the Vedas on Platonism and, of course, Neoplatonism, which include the Christian tradition. And of course, it's not that well known, but many Greek philosophers actually traveled to India, studied the Vedas, and brought back many Vedic ideas to the West, which then in turn emerged in Christianity, not the least of which was the idea that the human being is the microcosm of the macrocosm of the Earth. And this, of course, deeply impacted on the Christian doctrine of the incarnation, throughout history. And we began with a paper on the incarnation, Robert Lewis's excellent paper on deep incarnation, and very fundamental to a number of notions of the incarnation, particularly in the East, Eastern Orthodoxy. But you see it a lot in Christian art as well, in the West and East, including in the city of Rome, is that Christ's incarnation is an incarnation in all of life, and not only in one human body. So the idea of the microcosm and the macrocosm informs Christian conceptions of salvation, and it originates in the Vedas, and it is fundamentally Gaian. Number 12, I will look at Gaia and the great chain of beings, and there I will basically come up towards the medieval synthesis. And by having done that, I've then kind of appraised the history of religion and Gaia, having looked at the Baconian revolution, and then in chapter 12 coming back to the medieval synthesis. So fourthly then, last part of the book is Gaian physiology for people and planet. And I'm running out of time, I think. But
yes.
Very briefly, this has 5 chapters. Gaia and the human biome. Scientists increasingly talk about the human biome as like a rainforest inside. And we're becoming more and more aware that the more diverse our diet and the healthier the soils from which we live, the healthier is our own biome. And human health is actually tremendously important as a connection between people and ecological concern. It was central to Rachel Carson's book. The book was not just about the environment, it was about us and the environment. Fourthly, 14 though, I'm going to talk about how we recover a sense of the agency of other beings. First, in chapter 14, relation, beings in relation, and then 15, the agency of other beings, more explicitly, and agents in their own right. And the last 3 chapters, I consider the implications for this Gaian approach, or what I called here, and indeed, I think that Lovelock himself coined the phrase Gaian physiology, the implications of this for how we think about politics and theology, the state, religion, religious organizations, the interpenetration of these, and indeed the dominant current religion, as I see it, of capitalism or the market. And then moving on in 17 to look at that more explicitly and what a Gaian economy would look like, as opposed to the current global market economy. And then finally a chapter kind of putting things together on the philosophy and theology of hope and how that might connect with a vision of the future Gaia. So thanks very much for listening, and I know it's very broad brush, but I just wanted to share the outlines of the project. It's very much in process at the moment. I'm writing it here in Bali, and be very interested to get any questions or comments that any of you may have.
Well, thank you for that. Sounds like an interesting book. I think we do have one question from Deborah.
I'm just going to stop sharing my screen so I can see the questions. I can move back to the other screen mode and I'll see them in hopefully. Stop sharing my screen. I can't see the questions, so maybe it'll take me a minute to... Do
you want to ask him, Deborah?
Yeah, Michael, at one point you said you thought there was more going on with the shutdown of public worship during the pandemic. I couldn't work out if you meant during this particular corona crisis or in general when you were commenting about capitalism as the kind of the new religion, or so I just wondered if I'd heard you correctly, and then if you do think there's more going on with the shutdown of public worship, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's a remarkable amount of coordination, much of which seems to have been pre-planned. The American regulations on COVID-19, on coronavirus, run to 1,000 pages. They weren't written in a week by the Trump White House. The UK regulation, Coronavirus Act, has been updated 3 times, runs to 320 pages. The Americans are advertising quarantine officers back in November, the Center for Disease Control. Coronavirus quarantine officers, the advert's still on the web. It's not hidden. Conspiracy theories are things you can't demonstrate. There's masses of evidence of pre-planning. Talk about lockstep. A lockstep change of government to promote the New World Order appears in a number of documents associated with the World Economic Forum and the Global Alliance on Vaccinations and the Gates Foundation. There was a pandemic event held at Johns Hopkins University. Again, it's not private. It was filmed. You can watch it on the internet. involving all the major players in the current pandemic, all the Centers for Disease Control of the United States, China, and the European Union. The Gates Foundation paid for this. It was sort of a war game. And the basis of the war game was the emergence of a virus in Wuhan, strangely. And then the main focus of the day of this war game was how to engineer a global virus in such a way as to maximize financial input into public health bodies, and particularly the new ones that have been recently set up under the auspices of the World Health Organization and the Gates Foundation. And secondly, how to, I don't want to use the word manipulate, but how to control the messaging around the virus in order to keep it consistent and not to allow doubts to emerge about the power of the virus. The phrase that stuck with me when I watched this event, I watched it for a few hours, was flood the zone. So they said we need to flood the zone of the world media with the fear narrative. Now we're all living through that. We're all living through the fear narrative, but now doubts are creeping in. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of evidence of planning. You have, I mean, except that it's a completely surprise event, you then have to say, well, this was all just incredibly percipient. And I mean, I'm prepared to accept that it may all just have been incredibly percipient, but it is very weird. But if you then look at the other elements of the different organizations, the World Economic Forum in particular, and where this language of new normal emerged, and then some of the new world order proposals that are being associated with the response to the virus, things like cashless society, social distancing, more activity online, reductions in the role of small businesses, particularly the reduction in the cash economy, which is tremendously significant in the developing world. I mean, lockdown has not been proceeded with in Indonesia because so many people in Indonesia live in the cash economy. And if you destroy the economy, which seems to be the intention of some people at the moment, you destroy the working lives of many, many people around the world. So, yeah, these are all straws in the wind. You might say they're all just happenstance, coincidence. So they're all sort of in the same space currently as the pandemic response. But, you know, I'm an academic, we're trying to see patterns and order. So, yeah, I mean, there is, to me, it's pretty evident there's more going on than simply a virus and a public health response.
Again, thank you for that talk. And I think we have another interesting discussion we can have later about that. I'd really like to hear more about reanimating the other beings at that time. But we're going to move on now to Ryan Turnbull. Ryan grew up on a cattle ranch in western Manitoba, Canada, and this gave him a deep interest in the intersection of theology, ecology, place, and friendship. He is currently pursuing a PhD in theology at the University of Birmingham, focusing on Christian theologies of place. So Ryan, it's over to you.
All right, so my paper is called Wilderness Heterologies, God and the Devil in the Colonial Wilderness Imaginary. And it's part of a bigger project I'm doing on theologies of place for my PhD. My topic today, Wilderness Heterologies, is an exploration of a moment in the conceptual history of the ideology of wilderness as a way of continuing to expose its ongoing colonial logics. That wilderness is an ideology loaded with colonial history is not a new argument. It was most notably put forward in the mid-90s by William Cronin in his essay, The Trouble with Wilderness, or Getting Back to the Wrong Nature. Cronin argues that wilderness ideology relies too much on a dualism that sets humanity and nature at opposite poles. Cognizant of the language of the American Wilderness Act of 1964, Cronin worries that our emphasis on wilderness as a pristine and untrammeled place says more about the kinds of things we want wilderness to do for us than it does about what wilderness is. As Michael Cohen, commenting on Cronin's essay, observed in the Environmental History Journal, Cronin interrogates the ideology of wilderness, and in so doing, highlights that wilderness is not just something out there in the world, but an ideology that is used for various purposes in various contexts. Furthering this line of ideological inquiry into the status of wilderness, allow me to suggest that wilderness functions as what Foucault calls a heterotopia, or an other space, that in this instance can act with a mirror-like quality to expose the process by which European settlers situate the indigenous other in the colonial gaze. This process is what Michel de Certeau calls a heterology, or the anthropological attempt to deal with human otherness during the so-called Age of Discovery. I explore the interplay of these concepts through the way 17th century Puritans are interpreting and constructing wilderness as a modality of terra nullius ideology. Why the Puritans? In the last 20 or so years, there's been a number of religious genealogies that seek to showcase the influence of the Puritans on North American conceptions of wilderness and nature, including work by Mark Stoll, Jeff Bilbrough, John Gatta, and even our co-panelist Northcott, and many others. The basic problem being addressed by these genealogies is first framed by Mark Stoll. In North America, and in the United States in particular, there's a tension between a world-affirming conservationism that establishes the first national park system in the world, and a deeply destructive capitalism that is willing to remove mountains, clear forests, and redirect rivers for its own ends. Stoll argues that these tensions are to be found within the internal tensions of Protestantism, particularly in the ambiguous legacy of the Puritans. I thus follow Stoll in looking to the Puritans for clues to this ambiguous legacy. In the aftermath of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that wrapped up in 2015 into the residential school system here in Canada, two concepts entered public discourse more broadly around decolonizing Canada. The first was the doctrine of discovery, and the second was terra nullius. The final report of the TRC argued that it was the combination of these two doctrines that justified European colonization around the globe, and especially in Canada. The doctrine of discovery arose from papal bulls such as Inter Caetera and Romanus Pontifex and others, and provided justification for Catholic states, while terra nullius, Latin for empty land, proved more useful to Protestant countries such as England that based their claim on a particular kind of occupation of territory that disqualified both the prior indigenous occupancy and the overly expansive claims to territory made by the Catholic powers. As Yogi Hale Henderson observes, the concept terra nullius is a relatively recent nomenclature, arising in recent court battles in Australia, though it allegedly describes a reality that has been at work throughout much of colonial history. While the term terra nullius may have the term itself might have a relatively recent history in Australia, Alex Zoukas argues that the ideology of terra nullius is operative throughout the colonial period, arising from the logics of the papal bulls that gave rise to the doctrine of discovery, and that this can be seen in the history of imperial mapmaking. To briefly explore this ideological history, consider the 1597 map of Norumbega, which is up on the screen, and Virginia, drawn by Cornelius Whitfleet. Zoukas situates this map in the context of 16th century cartography, where terra incognita, lands that had yet to be discovered or explored by Europeans, so unknown lands, were left largely underdefined and, importantly, unpopulated. You'll notice not a lot of settlement on there. By not acknowledging any political or human presence on these maps other than the European presence, the mapmaker created imaginary spaces that in their form and content transformed a terra incognita into a terra nullius, waiting to be experienced and adorned with European place names and settlements. With the Whitfleet map, however, it is clear that cartographic practice of claiming terra incognito as terra nullius is a conscious deception, as Whitfleet includes markings of some known indigenous settlements and some fantastical ones. In the case of Norumbega, which is right here, it was kind of this mythical place that was supposed to be full of gold. Though, as Zukas reminds us, the map does not leave the viewer with a sense of stable native occupation by showing even imaginary tribal boundaries or other indicators or symbols of sovereignty to experience. Whitfleet's map is useful for contextualizing how terra nullius ideology mixes with wilderness ideology in the Puritan period of the 17th century. In 1629, we find record of debates among the Puritans about the propriety of migrating to the New World and settling in lands that were clearly occupied by indigenous peoples. Puritan leader John Winthrop answers this objection, as you can see on the slide. Similarly, John Cotton argued in a sermon given in 1630 that it is a principle in nature that in a vacant soil he that taketh possession of it and bestoweth culture and husbandry upon it, his right it is. Notice that for both Winthrop and Cotton, they're making the argument that all people have the equal right to improve land that is lying waste. This way of describing how property rights arise has largely been associated with John Locke, but that these men are making these kinds of claims 50 years before Locke did in the two treatises of government shows a more broadly accepted set of ideas around what constitutes property in this period. In both Winthrop and Cotton, and from the Whitfleet map, we can begin to see how a terra nullius ideology is operating subtly in the background of colonization. It is not that the earliest Puritans believed that there are no indigenous people there. However, they're arguing based off a long-standing tradition of commons land use in England that the indigenous peoples of the New World are not using all the land, that there are vast tracts of wilderness and wastelands that settlers may legally occupy. However, given that by 1636 these same settlers would be at war with the Pequot people, it seems that these early apologetics serve more to ease Puritan consciences than guarantee indigenous title. As Zukas reminds us, with the Royal Proclamation of 1763, there is official acknowledgement by the British Crown that many of these early legitimizing narratives are knowingly fraudulent, or at least not offered in good faith. One of the striking things about the apologetics offered by both Winthrop and Cotton is the way they are couched in explicitly biblical terms. This biblically informed imaginary is crucial for understanding the next step in the development of Puritan wilderness ideology. Early on, attention arose in Puritan writing that depicted wilderness both positively as Eden, or the New Jerusalem, and as being the territory of the devil. This ambiguity seems to have arisen out of a guiding Exodus motif. As William Bradford wrote in his History of Plymouth Plantation, quote, "Just as a great multitude of diverse people were taken by God out of Egypt into the wilderness in the Exodus to be constituted as God's holy people, so too were the settlers of this new land. Yet just as the wilderness of the New World held forth eschatological promise, it also held forth grave danger. As Bradford earlier notes, Satan hath more power in these heathen lands, as some have thought, than in more Christian nations, especially over God's servants in them. It is in the dialectic between wilderness as site of encounter with God and encounter with Satan that we can understand wilderness as a heterotopia, an other space, in which terra nullius ideology is operating, not as an actual affirmation of new or empty land, but as a heterological process by which indigenous occupancy is displaced by the foreground of Puritan wilderness theologizing. The dialectic continued in subsequent generations of Puritan settlement. As Mark Stoll has observed, Anne Bradstreet, a notable poet among the New England elite, interpreted the wilderness beyond the hedge as a New Jerusalem in terms of the redemption of fallen man in his wilderness paradise. Yet while this positive stream persisted, and indeed would eventually influence the 19th century transcendentalists, a more hostile theme proved more dominant in the 17th century, as expressed in Michael Wigglesworth's poem, God's Controversy with New England, in which he described the wilderness as, quote, "a waste and howling wilderness, where none inhabited, but hellish fiends and brutish men that devils worshipped." According to Stull, these themes did dominate such accounts as William Bradford's Plymouth Plantation, Edward Johnson's wonder-working providence of Zion's Savior in New England, and Cotton Mather's Histories of New England. This dominant theme manifested in the Puritan belief that they were a persecuted remnant of the righteous driven from Babylon to seek refuge in wilderness, where Satan had heretofore ruled unchallenged. This Puritan belief seems to be resonant with the earlier Spanish conclusion, as reported by Las Casas, that, quote, the demons were believed to have flown over here in large numbers during the advent of the cross, leaving behind the lands of the Mediterranean, and the Holy War continued here. To illustrate this ideology even further, allow me to turn to the writings of Cotton Mather in his book Magnalia Christi Americana, specifically his account of the history of the Indians of Martha's Vineyard. In what follows, I use the term Indian to reflect Mather's language, recognizing that this nomenclature is itself part of a strategy of erasure that settler colonialism has deployed against indigenous bodies. Early on in Mather's account, he acknowledges the Adamic ancestry of Indians, which then leads to an extended discussion on the nature of their language. He concludes that even though the Indians seem to have differences in dialect, these assuredly descend from one common language. With this move, Mather is invoking the proximity of Babel, suggesting that the Indians are somehow closer to the pure nature of Adam and not freighted down with the weight of history and civilization like the Europeans. This refusal of history to indigenous peoples was a major component of Terra Nullius ideology, as it further proved that while they may have lived in the land for a long time, they had not improved upon it in a way that counted as proper occupancy or occupatio per European tradition. Next, Mather turns his attention to the religious practices of the Indians, noting, they generally acknowledged and worshipped many gods, therefore greatly esteemed and reverend their priests, powwows, or wizards, who were esteemed as having immediate converse with the gods. He returns to various stories about the powwows and several times throughout this narrative, but it should be noted that he takes great pains to highlight how the powwows recognize their own powerlessness against the Christian God, being unable to curse converts to Christianity, as well as at least one powwow encouraging his wife to worship the Christian God, because according to Mather, the Christian God was a more powerful God. Generally, Mather is optimistic about the progress of evangelism among the Indians. However, in an enclosed letter from John Gardner, it is suggested that there is much decay among the Indian converts, and that while some fine preachers were being raised up amongst them, mostly the Indians are dying or drunk or too obsessed with ritualism. What's going on here? For all the confidence Mather exhibits about the powerlessness of Indian powwows, or wizards, against true Christians, it is nevertheless extremely revealing that both Cotton Mather and his father Increase Mather were deeply involved in the Salem witch trials. It is even more revealing that the witch hunt begins by identifying Tituba, an Indian slave girl, perhaps of Central American origin, as being the progenitor of the witchcraft in their midst. In the moral panic of the witch trials, what we see is all the contradictions inherent in the heterological wilderness ideology of the Puritans, playing out in a violent outburst against indigenous and female bodies. Here, the negative wilderness ideology that cast the land as the territory of the devil and indigenous peoples as the devil's children comes into stark contrast with the more positive ideology of wilderness as the site of New Jerusalem, or place of encounter with God. In the witch trials, it is found that the diabolical decay of Indian wilderness has found holes in the hedge of the ordered Massachusetts Bay Colony and has taken root in their midst. The great Puritan hope of seeing a new Jerusalem in this new Exodus wilderness is dashed by the discovery that they cannot keep out the devil's diabolical minions. In the discovery of witches amongst the faithful, the Puritan image of an Edenic garden is revealed to be just another overrun patch of wilderness. Wilderness for the Puritans was a great liminal space of unknown difference, a true terra incognita. Puritans interpreted this unknown space by projecting typological readings of scripture onto it in such a way that it denied the particular existence of indigenous peoples in their discrete places, instead transforming them into actors in a great eschatological drama between the Puritan hope of seeding a new Jerusalem and their fears of diabolical corruption. Through the double conception of wilderness, both in its positive and negative aspect, the Puritans were able to enact terra nullius on what was previously terra incognita in such a way that the erasure of indigenous bodies through the denial of their autonomous self-determination from the land was all but assured. Ongoing contemporary attempts within ecology to decolonize wilderness should pay particular attention to the way terra nullis ideology can operate within wilderness ideology through unexpected modalities, such as in the case of the Puritan theological dualism I've outlined in this paper. Those at the forefront of these efforts have stressed that foregrounding the autonomy and self-determination of indigenous persons and non-human animals is essential to retain a decolonized sense of wilderness advocacy. Wilderness and wildness are both realities in the world, but they come to us always as spaces unknown, or terra incognita. If we are to avoid the heterotopic wilderness imaginary of our colonial history, we should always seek to foreground the human and non-human bodies that constitute these spaces in our determination of what or where they are.
Thank you, Ryan. There's a question. I believe, is there a question?
I think I see a couple here. Oh, somebody needs to leave. No, no questions.
No, I did have one question, or sort of maybe a comment or question you can talk about. It seems like it's not only some of the Puritan readings, but it's almost a reading out of Genesis, the idea that the Edenic state was this perfect place between God and divinity, and outside of Eden then was chaos, or these lands that need to be made over. And I guess maybe that's one way they looked at, their colonization. Now I've lost my train of thought. In some sense, I see that, at least in some part, some of the eco-theology or that's out there today, that we're supposed to go out and remake new creation. Is there something going on in there? They're sort of making a new creation or a eschatological vision as they colonize the Americas, Canada.
Yeah, well, like one of the really so one of the worries is that Christendom had been this garden, but that since the time of Constantine, the gates had been thrown open too wide, basically, and had become overrun with wildness. So the church was not pure, right? So part of it is that they're trying to create a new pure church in the new world, and part of that is like when they plant the seminaries, right, like Harvard and Yale. The seminary is like a seed bed that they're planting seeds of the gospel in to raise up this new thing. So their vision for the church and their actual doing this in the wilderness, they're like they feed back on each other in interesting ways. So it's hard, like I think the priority seems to be more ecclesiological and political, but that ends up like getting projected and played out through the wilderness, which then I think is what creates the blind spot by which they, just wipe out all sorts of indigenous people and end up doing quite a bit of ecological damage in the process. I think what we have today is like a different discourse. I'm just suggesting that we need to be cognizant of the way that these kinds of the wilderness always is like kind of a deeply ideological concept, and that we need to kind of interrogate it all the time if we don't want to kind of end up replicating kind of a new modality of this kind of displacing function that it's had, that I think we can see really clearly in the Puritans, and clearly like since Cronin in the 90s and continuing on, like some of the papers here you'll see from last year and this year, like they're still worried about this in the discourse around wilderness and rewilding. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Oh yeah, it's just more of a comment. So just say the wilderness aspect, though. Are you talking about wilderness in the technical term as we maybe use it here when we talk about we're designating something a wilderness area? Is it the same? I mean, I know you're coming at it from a different perspective. In Canada, you have larger swaths of wilderness, probably.
Yeah. So if you'll see here this response to Jorgensen, if you find Jorgensen's actual paper, she does a good job of tracking the term rewilding from its kind of early emergence and kind of tracks all these different senses. And there's like a difference between what North Americans are talking about and what Europeans are talking about. I think like a lot of the worries that Cronin had was from the Wilderness Act, which really emphasized the untrammeled and like no presence of human bodies in it. Whereas a lot of the, like Kim Ward and people that she's engaging with, they're more interested in talking about wildness and the way like wildness creeps in like into our urban spaces, and that you have wildness and wilderness kind of cutting through where human persons are too, and so that there isn't this kind of nature culture divide being perpetuated, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I have further questions, but I'll wait. I'll ask those later. Anybody else have a question? Ryan? All right. We'll now turn to, thank you, Ryan, for that. We'll turn to Dr. Jeremy Kidwell, who is an associate professor in theological ethics at the University of Birmingham. In his research, Jeremy explores the ethical issues which lie at the intersection of nature and culture, ranging from ecological ethics, activist studies, religious conceptions of labor, to the philosophy of technology. Today, he's presenting in his paper, Searching for a Fusion of Temporal Horizons, Getting Beyond Environmental Hermeneutics to Inhabit the Time of Other Than Humans. Right. Jeremy?
Hey, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us here. I'm where we've been going for a while. Is everybody okay for me to just dive in, or do you need like 3 minutes to take a deep breath?
Definitely take a break now if anyone's interested.
All right. Wow, you're sticking with it. Okay, that's very impressive. I'll forge ahead then. Here we go. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about a book project that I'm working on. I won't give you a chapter by chapter. I'm just going to kind of dive into one really particular thing that's been occupying my attention lately. But I want to give you a kind of big picture first, and then I'll zoom in as we go along. So the big picture is just to say that I've been working on a theological and philosophical project that's trying to find ways to reconceptualize the human nature relationship. I've been doing this for kind of a long time now, about 10 years. But lately this has got me thinking about a few particular things, and particularly the struggles of the environmental hermeneutics project to create bridges that can facilitate connection across species lines, or as Husserl would have put it, horizons. And I've been thinking about what might be some salient alternatives that we can seek out if this doesn't work. So the project that I'm working on specifically right now is on time. And I'm starting from the assumption, which came, I think, about in the Romantic project a couple of centuries ago, that we modern human creatures are fundamentally self-alienated from the world around us. And I'm not just thinking about the ways that we can be solipsistic about place, but also the ways that we can be disconnecting ourselves from all the different temporalities in the world around us. And I'd like to suggest that alienation, which goes down all the way to our epistemologies, is a fundamental impairment, which has enabled human complicity and inaction in the face of widespread and persistent ecological harms. So in my research into temporality, I've been working on two key theoretical problems. The first one is, how should we speak about the time of the other? You know, what is the temporal experience, the temporality of, say, an oak tree or soil bacteria? What are the most suitable metaphors for talking about how to find connections between our narratives, histories, memories, and those of the lively world around us, whether we're talking about trees or primates or whales? Do we talk about synchronization, coordination, connection, mutual dwelling across or inside multiple timescapes? I don't think this is a trivial concern, as the metaphors that we use each have a different kind of political ecology and a kind of philosophical freight. So I've taken on narratives relating to slow food and it's not too late in another paper I just did last week. So if you want to kind of see what this looks like in practice, I won't do it now, but you can get a sense of it there. Second question that I've been working on, this is the kind of second big theoretical question. I'm not going to answer either of these, by the way, today. So if you've got insights, I'd love to hear them. The second big theoretical question, along sort of what's the metaphor that we should use to talk about the other, is what is the proper philosophical frame in which to seek out these answers? So I mentioned at the beginning, I've been working with the Environmental Hermeneutics Project for about a year now, sort of deep dive into Gadamer and Husserl and Ricoeur and all the rest of them. What I really ultimately concluded is that their project is fundamentally limited when it comes to eco-phenomenology. I think there's just a fundamental logocentrism of this project, which presents really serious issues if we want to connect with others for whom speech is not their main conveyance of presence and self-experience. And I think it's worth noting that there's quite a number of nonverbal humans who don't use speech, for whom the same kind of consideration is also salient. So if we're not talking about this kind of logocentric hermeneutics, then what? Affect theory, aesthetics, ethics of care? It's kind of an open question for me, but I want to look not at an answer to these questions, but maybe just one particular option or two which dovetail a bit. And this is in the context of the question that this panel is confronting us with. That is kind of what's the role of religion in reimagining a human-nature relationship? Of course, as several of you have also observed, a kind of fundamental challenge here for any answer to this question is that that pesky word religion means a lot of different things. Deepesh Chakrabarty, I think, rightly suggests that the word itself comes into being as a white colonial tactic of othering. That is, we talk about Indian religion or Chinese religion. And I agree that this is really problematic. The other problem, at least the problem facing me, is that temporality really has not been a terribly prominent concern in the space of religious studies, particularly in my area of Christian theology. So here we find simplistic stereotypes get deployed. So we find people talking quite a lot about the cyclical nature of so-called oriental religions. Never mind the fact that something can be cyclical and linear at the same time, and that Christianity is quite often that. And of course, we also find lots of bifurcations. So we've got the prominence of arguments talking about divine atemporality juxtaposed with human temporality. What does that really do for us? I don't know. For a study such as mine, which is trying to think about the human experience of time and reckoning and looking at the different ways that temporalities overlap, there just isn't that much to grasp at. So the book that I'm working on right now is going to take up chapters on things, temporal things like utopia, hope, apocalypse, mourning, nostalgia. What I'm working on right now is the concept of history. And that's what I'd like to talk about just a little bit more with you this afternoon. I argued in this paper last week, I think the problems with history have been drawn into really sharp relief this past month. Not that Black Lives Matter is a new movement, but that white people have been responding to it in particularly obvious ways now. So we can really see sort of things which have always been there, which haven't been as visible. I've also become increasingly aware of the intersections between Black critical theory and environmental philosophy on the matter of history. And I'd just like to take a little case study here with good old Boris Johnson, our Prime Minister, who delivered a speech last week over Twitter, as one does, in response to activists who were destroying monuments devoted to slaveholders and white supremacists. I'll just go with a little extract of good old BJ's speech. I won't give you the whole thing, but what he said, and this is I don't know if I should be fair to him, but to be fair to him, this is in response to a statue of Winston Churchill in Parliament Square. Boris was afraid that someone might try to destroy the Winston Churchill statue like they'd done in a couple of other cities, most notably Bristol. Because Winston Churchill was a white supremacist. So he says, yes, Winston, sometimes expressed opinions that were and are unacceptable to us today, but he was a hero and he fully deserves his memorial. We cannot now try to edit or censor our past. This is still Boris. We cannot pretend to have a different history. The statues in our cities and towns were put up by different generations. They had different perspectives, different understandings of right and wrong, but those statues teach us about the past, with all its faults. To tear them down would be to lie about our history and impoverish the education of generations to come. I'm going to really try not to do lots of asides here because there's just so much to unpack there that's just completely ridiculous. Let's set aside his deliberate recharacterization of peaceful Black protesters as violent, which of course is terribly ironic given the way a fleet of truly violent white supremacists descended on London shortly before his speech, and the fact that most of the violence and all the protests over the last month have been due to police brutality in the context of peaceful demonstrations. But I did promise I'd set that all aside, so The key thing about Johnson's account that I want to look at is his use of singular nouns and pronouns. Notice how he speaks of our past and our history as if there is only one, and it belongs to all of us equally. So here we find the temporality of white supremacy, which sets up a single hegemonic past narrative, which then facilitates the delegitimization and suppression of histories of oppression behind a faux monolith. Other histories are delegitimized through re-narration, that is, past sins as sort of past crimes relating to former generations. They're not our problem. They used to be real racist in the past, but we're not anymore. Paul Gilroy writes brilliantly about this in After Empire. We must keep the monument, Johnson argues, because it will remind us of how enlightened the present white generation is, through remembering how that wartime generation were a bit racist. These histories are suppressed through the destruction of bodies and documentary evidence, as when, and we should remember this especially today, which happens to be Windrush Day here in the UK, histories destroyed by both white Labour and white Conservative Party officials who colluded in 2009 and 10 to destroy all of the Windrush landing card records, which of course then provided the basis for deportation of legal citizens of the UK, who of course were all black. So quite appropriately, today is Windrush Day, a holiday set aside in Britain to remember the contributions of Afro-Caribbean people who responded to a call from British authorities to emigrate to a depopulated post-war Britain and help repair the economy. They did that for us, and then we killed and beat and deported them. So there you go. So why and how is this myth of a single history so persuasive? This is one of the really important questions, I think, for us to raise in the context of the European Academy of Religion. As I think, as an American immigrant to Britain and Europe, I think I have to say that awareness of racism is far more suppressed and invisible in Europe than it is in the USA. Princeton historian Eddie Escalade Jr. suggests in his new book, Begin Again, that the poet and essayist James Baldwin has some important insights for us to bring to our notion of history. So he gave James Baldwin gave an interview just after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., which is amazingly prescient in light of Boris Johnson's comments and some other European leaders as well. So Baldwin reacts to the Esquire interviewer who's talking to him, who asks, "Can we just cool it, Mr. Baldwin?" And here's what Baldwin says in response to that. And this is just a quick extract from a long interview. He says, "It's a very serious question in my mind whether or not the people of this country," he's talking about America, "the bulk of the population of this country, have enough sense of what is really happening to their black co-citizens to understand why they're in the streets. I know of this moment, they maybe don't know it, and this is proved by the reaction to the civil disorders. All that can save you now," he's talking to white people, "is your confrontation with your own history, which is not your past, but your present. Nobody cares what happened in the past. One can't afford to care what happened in the past, but your history has led you to this moment, and you can only begin to change yourself by looking at what you are doing in the name of your history, in the name of your gods, in the name of your language." So that's James Baldwin. Important here for our discussion today is Baldwin's recognition of the collusion between history and theism. We defend white history at the same time that we defend white religion and call it Christianity. There are crucial traditions also for us to ask about the notion of tradition and its intertwining with white history. The French Caribbean writer, poet, philosopher, and literary critic Edouard Glissant calls this non-history. And he argues that what we need is a better philosophy of history, which can still do the possibly restorative and creative work of collective memory. Glissant also observes that our different histories, just like our different social experiences, can vary quite widely in their constitution. So Afro-Caribbean history, he observes, is not simply linear in the way that white history tends to present itself. It is a history characterized by ruptures. There's a kind of dialectic that Glissant is arguing for, echoing W.B. Du Bois, between pluralism and cosmopolitanism. Du Bois called this double consciousness at the turn of the 20th century, in reference to the state of in Du Bois's terms, unreconciled strivings between black nationalism and various globalisms, including black Pan-Africanism. So there's a kind of dialectic that he's trying to hold between pluralism, which I'm arguing we really need to pluralize our histories, and cosmopolitanism, which is perhaps the kind of collective memory, right? So these are in some kind of tension. So the challenge here, I think, is for white historians and historiographers to set aside what they think of as history and pluralize it. There's very little time left for me to say more, but I'd like to venture two tentative suggestions on the back of this observation. First, the Black philosophy of history that I'm sketching out here has much to offer, alongside feminist work and time studies, towards retemporalizing the biosphere. If we are to reimagine the intersection of our various temporalities with those of other than human creatures, we might as well begin by connecting our hegemonic faux histories with the violence they have underwritten. It seems appropriate to me to suggest that this insight might extend into environmental history. That is, these hegemonic faux histories also come to play when we think about the way that we relate to the world around us. We have environmental histories that are just the same. And of course, this isn't my idea. James H. Cone makes this point in an essay he calls "Whose Earth Is It Anyway?" About 30 years ago. So following this kind of work of repentance and epistemological clearing, the next step is to pursue the kind of creative resynthesis that Edouard Glissant recommends. Can we do history, I want to ask, in a way that is collective and creative? Preempting Gregory Bateson, who argued in 1970, and Bateson said we need a rehabilitation that allows us to pursue patterns that connect. 4 years earlier, Martin Luther King Jr. argued for the idea of a beloved community. In his famous 1967 Christmas sermon, King argued, it really boils down to this, that all life is interrelated. We are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied into a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Okay, so as I'm coming to a close and running out of time, I'm nowhere near answering any of the questions that I raised at the outset, but I think there's some hints strewn along the way. There is some merit, I think, to what Gadamer called, following Husserl, the fusion of our ever-receding narrative horizons. But I think the mode of this work is much more complex, more dynamic. And each of these horizons, ours included, are swarming with temporalities. This work is embodied and affective. What does history feel like is a question we should be answering. What's the feeling of it? And finally, this work focuses in on the network and not the nodes. How do our stories connect us? What kinds of collective memories might we fashion? What kinds of stories might we tell if we told them along with not just white humans, but black and brown humans, and also the rest of the biosphere? What are all of the stories swirling around that we need to integrate? And how might they impact our modes of care and responsibility? I'll leave it there and look forward to some discussion later. Robert, do you want me to dive in and respond? There's a couple of questions.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy, for that. Yes, go ahead and start with that question.
Baldassare, I think you asked if I'm working with Marx's theory of alienation. I'd say probably not, actually. I mean, Marx, of course, was appealing to alienation within a much broader kind of romantic frame, right? I mean, Weber didn't come up with it, and Marx didn't either. The problem with Marx, I think, is that he's quite disparaging when it comes to the salience of religion for something like this. So yes, I want to talk about alienation, but I want to see religion not just as the source of it, but possibly also part of the rehabilitation, or at least want to leave open that possibility, whether or not it actually does that. You know, I mean, he is right that in some cases religion is part of the problem, but it doesn't have to be. And I think there is a kind of colonialism, a kind of paternalism about assuming that it always is, which I think Marx does underwrite to some extent.
Yes,
so
only because I think the topic of alienation in Marx is intrinsically connected with a dialectic, and a dialectic is very similar to Christian eschatology, where you have a EuARe so a first communism where there is not alienated labor, and then comes capitalism. But the problem is that at the end there is techno-optimism, which leads in an idea of automatization where we lose contact with nature, which is given primarily in the history of mankind with labor, with working with nature, with doing something with nature. So I think this could be not in the sense of using it to be Marxist in your approach, but it's interesting to discuss, so to have it as sparring partner in trying to understand how to deal with the problem of the relation to nature and alienated labor, because agriculture is hard work. I mean, my grandfather told me always so. Somehow, but on the other kind part, the idea of completely automatization of labor, and we have in a future a paradise where we discuss only about philosophy. It's also problematic because our relationship with nature is also given by the hands and by work. Somehow. So this is an interesting point.
I would actually zoom out from Marx towards Hegel on that though, right? Because where else does he get his dialectics from? And I think it's more open and more robust in Hegel, I think, in some ways, than in Marx, at least on this. And then you look at, I mean, you're right about techno-optimism, because you see that with Mao and Stalin, right? You look at the way that their regimes treated the natural world, and it was just as destructive as the Americans. I mean, that was the one thing they all agreed on, right? Let's chop down our forests.
About Marxism and communism, which are
true, I know. Fair enough. But so I mean, in as much as we see Marx as part of the Romantic project, definitely. I don't think he gets characterized enough in that way.
If you read eco-socialism, there are attempts to read it differently.
Definitely.
Ecological, there are some texts of Marx where there is an ecological interest in the idea that capitalism is also destroying nature. And I mean, he was writing this 150 years ago. So I think it was a little bit...
Quite. We should be fair to poor Marx, because we aren't often. No, that's all true. Who's got this next one here? Western philosophy. Oh, Ariane. Okay, let me see if I got this. Yes, privileged time over space. Philosophy is.
You want me to just speak my question?
Yeah, do. I'd love to hear it in your voice anyway.
I've got two questions, and the first one is so you're focusing on time, and that's just a tiny bit shocking to me because the Western tradition has always focused on time, right? So we've got this right through phenomenology, this focus in Heidegger on time. And so in environmental philosophy, there's been this attempt made to try to say, well, what happened to space? Right? And so I'm just wondering, you're doing environmental work. Why did you decide to continue this work with time rather than move to space?
Fab question. Totally get it. And Brian, of course, is laughing in the background because he's asked me that too, because he's writing his PhD with me on place. So I think the way I'd respond to that is yes, definitely. And you can see the turn to place with folks like Edward Casey, right? The whole point, like you say there, is that we need to get back into, and not just space always, but sometimes place even, I think, if there's a polemic that sharpens there. What I would say is I'm doing temporality and not time, right? So I'm trying to get away from the axis that starts in Newton, goes through Kant, and then kind of matures in the 19th century with this obsessive focus that you get in Heidegger, right? Where you just can't get away from being afraid of death. Towards temporality, which comes out of really contemporary feminism. And I'm thinking here with folks like Michelle Bastian, who's at the University of Edinburgh. So I'm not looking at time as a single kind of monolith, but in a really pluralistic way. So what are our temporalities? How do they intermingle? What are the lines of flight in which, and this gets us into thinking about things. I mean, it's interesting how the focus on place has taken us away from certain other concerns, which are kind of snuck in, like deep time, for example, and thinking about extinction, which is much more temporal than it is place-based. So I'm trying to kind of, obviously, that volume 2 is going to be, I'll go back to place, but I wanted to start with time because I think you're right, we're so over doing time, but I think actually it was never really being done terribly well by a lot of those dead white men. I think feminism really did some interesting things with time, and no one quite picked it up in terms of environmental philosophy. So I'm trying to kind of bring some of that stuff back in.
That's interesting. My second question is, you, in the beginning of your talk, you kind of started to move in a semiotic direction.
I never quite got there, did I?
And then he kind of just moved away from that. And I'm interested in my own research on that.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, one, if you read that beautiful book by Eduardo Cohn, How
Yeah, it's
Forests
lovely.
Think, and if you were thinking in terms of communication that might move beyond the symbolic, of using ecosemiotics in your work.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing I love about Cohn's book is that he's working within that space of Amerindian studies, which has been doing lots of interesting research on, you know, the sort of sacred and the kind of Amerindian geographies. But he's the first thinker to really take the spirituality seriously. Everyone else is working in a kind of eco-Marxist way, which is thinking there are lots of material circumstances, we'll pay attention to those. Who cares about the religion? So, I mean, I'm totally with you. I think there's something really interesting and salient about the way that he's framing up. And that's definitely one of my discussion partners in this, trying to sort of, I mean, instead of, I'm force think is kind of an interesting construction, because this is the same, there's this whole plant intelligence dialogue going on right now. And they get beaten up because plants aren't intelligent because they don't have brains. They have different kind of sensory organs, and they don't have cognition. They have something that's parallel, and everyone gets hung up on the wording. So I probably wouldn't say thinking, and I probably wouldn't go with cognition. But yeah, how do we intermingle our kind of phenomenal horizon with those other creatures? Which is what got me into hermeneutics, which I mean, Gadamer never gets there, and he tries awfully hard. And I just think there's a fundamental limitation there. So I did dabble in semiotics, but there is a kind of, it's not the right word, there's a kind of anthropocentrism still there. I mean, I really want to decenter the human kind of mode of experiencing the world and try to kind of find a field where we can actually kind of have equal engagement. That's why I'm going with affect probably next. Wait and see what I figure out. I'd be happy to take advice if you have any though on that, but probably in the discussion later, because I'm sure Robert wants me to show up to the next person.
All right, thank you for that. And so we are down to our last speaker, Dr. Conti. Do we ask that question again, because I did not pay attention to it? Do we need to take a break? Does anyone yet? Everyone good? Okay, we'll then push through. So Dr. Arian Conti is a continental philosopher working as associate professor of philosophy at the American University of Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates. Her research in the field of the philosophy of nature, the philosophy of technology, and the philosophy of religion. She is currently writing a book developing an interdisciplinary ecosophical response to the Anthropocene age. Her articles have been published in a number of reputable journals, including Environmental Values, Theory, Culture and Society, Politics, Religion and Ideology, Philosophy and Technology, Philosophy Today, South Africa. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm going to read my paper, so I'm not going to be able to see you. I'm sorry. I have to open my presentation. All right. So this is a chapter. I have a section of my book is on religion, and it has 3 chapters: a chapter on Christianity, a chapter on Buddhism, and a chapter on animism in indigenous religiosity, mostly in the Amazon region. And this is basically part of that first chapter on Christianity that I'm going to present to you now. So those scientific advances have clearly shown that we're part of an evolutionary system based on interdependence and correlation. Many modern human beings continue to falsely believe that they're not animals at all, but rather autonomous individuals, somehow separate from the living material planet, created and endowed with an eternal soul by a God not of this world, a God who set human beings over and against a material world to be subdued. Because such an ideology found justification in monotheistic religiosity, a solution to the Anthropocene age cannot come exclusively from science. Though science is essential in order to understand the ecosystem and the functioning of its many parts, it's not enough. Religious and moral motivations, sustainable ideologies, and cooperative action are also necessary. Yet the role of religion in sustainability efforts has been very controversial. For the Dalai Lama, for instance, compassion is the key, and its cultivation across different cultures the means to address the ecological and genocidal horrors of the 20th century. Indeed, After the terrorist attacks in Paris in 2015, the Dalai Lama came to the conclusion that religions had utterly failed to unite people and direct them toward improving life on earth. He writes, and I quote, "Every religion persists in cultivating that which divides us instead of uniting us around what brings us together. None has succeeded in creating a better human being or a better world. That's why now in 2017, I have no qualms about telling you that there's an urgent need to go beyond religion. It's possible to live without religion, but can one live without love and compassion? The answer is no," end quote. Indeed, for many monotheists, coming to terms with the Anthropocene as a new geological age marked by the anthropogenic nature of climate change has not been easy and has created what theologian Sigurd Bergman calls a spiritual earthquake. He asks, and I quote, "How can a human be at home on an earth that is shaken at its foundations by humans themselves? And how can one, in such a context, continue to believe in God as the creator and sustainer of all between heaven and earth?" End quote. If such an alliance between science, ecology, and religion has proven easier for polytheistic, pantheistic, and animistic religions than it has for monotheisms, monotheists have nonetheless taken up this challenge and have been seeking ways to reinterpret their religious heritage, no longer in terms of medieval dogma, imperialism, and patriarchy, but in harmony with both science and ecology. The authors of an article entitled "Climate Change and Religion as Global Phenomena" claim that religions will indeed play an essential role in the global response to climate change for the following 4 reasons. Religious traditions influence the worldviews or cosmologies of believers, wield moral authority for many people, have institutional and economic resources which can be channeled into or against sustainability, and have the potential to provide social connectivity and collective action. Both positions are justifiable, religions having caused and continuing to cause violence and intolerance in the world, while at the same time motivating ecological and social activism and collective moral action. This article will focus on interpretations of Christianity that are seeking to evolve in order to overcome the nature-culture divide intrinsic to modern culture and replace it with a religious understanding in line with 21st century science and ecology. We will assess the contribution that Christianity can provide towards sustaining a scientifically justified, interdependent worldview, and ask whether polytheistic, pantheistic, and animistic religious traditions are not better suited to provide a religious ideology for the Anthropocene age. So 1, Christianity. Because Genesis 1:28 does indeed tell human beings to subdue the earth and have dominion over, quote, every living thing that moveth upon the earth, end quote, monotheistic religions have often been understood as complicit in the human exceptionalism that is thought to have created the conditions for the Anthropocene. Such a view was most famously exposed in Lynn White Jr.'s infamous 1967 article, "The Historical Roots of Our Ecological Crisis." In this article, White highlighted the anthropocentrism intrinsic to the biblical justification for the spoliation of nature. Though other species, such as the coral polyp, also profoundly modify their habitat, our present combustion of fossil fuels, population explosion, planless urbanism, and problems of sewage and garbage led Lynn White Jr. to claim that, quote, "Surely no creature other than man has ever managed to foul its nest in such short order," end quote. Looking at the ideological presuppositions of our modern techno-scientific world, White Jr. sought to show that the technological dominance of the Western world could be traced back to medieval Catholic dogma that had justified the actions of these early moderns. In the words of White Jr., quote, "No item in the physical creation had any purpose save to serve man's purposes. And although man's body is made of clay, he is simply part of nature. He is made in God's. He is not simply part of nature. He is made in God's image," end quote. My computer is running out of battery, so I have to walk all of you with me upstairs and plug it in. I'm so sorry. I'm just going to walk upstairs before it goes dead here. transcendence of nature, the human being exploits nature for its proper ends. Whereas the pagan world was animistic, which meant that trees and streams had guardian spirits that had to be consulted before chopping a tree or poisoning a river, quote, by destroying pagan animism, Christianity made it possible to exploit nature in a mood of indifference to the feelings of natural objects. Despite Darwin, we are not, in our hearts, part of the natural process. We are superior to nature, contemptuous of it, willing to use it for our slightest whim. Hence, we shall continue to have worsening ecological crisis until we reject the Christian axiom that nature has no reason for existence save to serve man, end quote. So, though for White Jr., Christianity bears a huge burden of guilt, he firmly believed that science and technology were not enough to solve the ecological crisis and that religion was necessary. Though he noted that other religions such as Buddhism are more ecological, he felt that the West needs to build upon its own foundations and thus called for us to rethink our old one. Calling for humility instead of hubris, he turned to St. Francis of Assisi as the patron saint for ecologists. Celebrating a form of panpsychism, wherein all animals are equally God's creatures, White Jr. calls for a revolution from within Christianity in the hopes that St. Francis's example could overcome Christianity's anthropocentrism and provide an adequate ecological response. In his 2015 Laudato Si encyclical, Pope Francis responded to Lynn White Jr.'s influential essay and did his best to enact just such an internal revolution in order to rehabilitate the ecological contribution of the Christian tradition. Though Pope Francis admits that Christians have sometimes erred in their scriptural interpretations, the sanctioned interpretation of scripture should focus not on dominion over nature, but on stewardship of nature, where to steward means, quote, to protect, to care for, preserve, conserve, watch over. This implies a relationship of reciprocal responsibility between human beings and nature, end quote. And Pope Francis follows Lynn White Jr. in turning to his namesake, St. Francis, for inspiration and direction. Though many of Francis's followers were burned at the stake by the church as heretics, and Francis himself escaped heresy only due to his immense popularity, Pope Francis firmly places the contemporary church behind his eponym, focusing particularly on the fact that for St. Francis, the care for nature, justice for the poor, social effort, and inner peace were all inseparable. In this sense, ecological decline and human and ethical decline are, he claims, intimately connected. Pope Francis reminds us that the austerity and poverty of St. Francis were a means of rejecting a worldview that transformed reality into an object of use and domination. He asks us to be wary of allowing technology tied to financial gain to provide the unique solution to the ecological disaster, because such a response is not capable of, quote, seeing the mystery of the multiple relations that exist between all things, and thus, in trying to resolve one problem, creates others, end quote. Though there is much to praise in Pope Francis's encyclical, and one may hope that it will have a profound influence on reforming the Catholic tradition, he nonetheless retains the human exceptionalism inherent in humanism and warns against pantheisms that divinize the earth, which he claims lead to, and I quote, an asphyxiating closure within immanence, end quote. He thus remains clearly apologetic. According to this apologetic approach, the Christian tradition has always provided an adequate response to the environmental crisis, and there's no need for radical revision. But theologian John Hott is not alone in thinking that boasting of St. Francis or making ecological degradation a sin, as ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew has done, is not enough to make Christianity ecologically attractive. For Hott, such an approach is insufficient, as it does not go far enough, and I quote, in opening Christian faith to the radical renewal the ecological crisis seems to demand, end quote. Claiming that Christianity has been at best ambiguous, he cites St. Martin and John of Ephesus, who called for and abetted deforestation, and points to the widespread Christian desire to escape from nature to reach the transcendent realm of God. Indeed, Hott is not alone in taking issue not only with human domination over nature, but with the biblical call for stewardship, reiterated by the Pope. Hott writes, and I quote, stewardship even when it is exegetically purged of the distortions to which the notion has been subjected, is too managerial a concept to support the kind of ecological ethic we need today. Most ecologists would argue that the Earth's life systems were a lot better off before we humans came along to manage them. So even if we nuance the notions of stewardship and dominion in light of recent scholarship, the biblical tradition is too anthropocentric, end quote. Environmental chemist James Lovelock concurs with this view, calling such stewardship hubris and claiming that, and I quote, "We are no more qualified to be the stewards or developers of the earth than are goats to be gardeners," end quote. I'm going to skip a tiny bit because I'm scared we're running out of time. Similarly, theologian Anne Primavesi points to the patriarchal and violent traits intrinsic to the Christian tradition that make it difficult to reach an understanding of interdependent ecosystem from its premises. She writes, and I quote, "Both implicitly and explicitly, it has ignored and even promoted the violent character of our interactions with the more than human community and their effects on our shared environment. When made aware of it, all too often it has sanctioned an increase of that violence in the name of an omnipotent, punitive God invoked on behalf of our self-interest alone. Exploitation of land and animal resources for financial gain has been formally and consistently blessed by Christian ministers throughout Western Christendom and in its colonialist expansion across the world," end quote. Because monotheisms retain anthropocentrism, which is considered one of the chief causes of our environmental crisis, and treat the management of the natural world as a God-given human responsibility, none of the world religions is an earth religion, to cite the phrase of Professor Ronald Grimes. For this reason, much apologetic Christian theology has been replaced by what Hutt calls the sacramental approach, which places the emphasis on the sacred quality of the universe rather than on religious textuality and stewardship. The sacramental approach interprets the natural world as the symbolic disclosure of God, such that overcoming sin means overcoming our alienation from the cosmos. According to such a view, the mystery of God is revealed in the evolution of matter itself. Since the natural world is itself the expression of divinity, it has no need for human stewardship. Defrocked Dominican priest Matthew Fox takes this sacramental approach in his attempt to provide a liberation theology for first world peoples. In his book, Creation Spirituality, he claims that his liberation theology provides a necessary bridge between science and religion by providing a sense of awe to the scientific creation story. Such a sense of awe is intended to enact a metanoia, a conversion to respond differently to creation and overcome the alienation that accompanies a human-centered world. Fox thus goes beyond the bounds of Catholic dogma in order to overcome the anthropocentrism intrinsic to its placing of the human being in an exclusive relationship with God to the exclusion of other beings. A panentheist, Fox agrees with German mystic Methschild von Magdeburg that, and I quote, "all things are in God and God in all things." Such an interpretation allows for an interpretation of Christianity that focuses on mutuality and interdependence rather than a scale of values with the human at the top. In his own words, and I quote, "Panentheism is not only democratic, it is ecological. Theism, on the other hand, reinforces anthropocentrism because it puts the human at the top of the ladder. Panentheism renders our relationships with other species mutual, reminding us that we are all beautiful, all interdependent, and all necessary in a single web of life," end quote. In a similar sacramental move, religious studies scholar Mark Wallace has defended Christian animism in his recent book, When God Was a Bird. Attempting to defend Christianity from Lynn White Jr.'s attack, Wallace claims that White's critique is, quote, "inattentive to historical complexity and contemporary nuance," end quote. Though the Christian triumph over animism did involve the desacralization of nature and the axe-wielding saint is part of Christian history, for Wallace, this trope only tells one side of the story. Telling the other side of the story would entail drawing attention to the immanence of Jesus Christ as man and the Holy Spirit as a bird, what he calls, quote, "living enfleshments of divinity in the world." If the Holy Spirit was a bird God, such an incarnation, quote, opens up the possibility that all things today are filled with God and thereby deserving of our reverence and care, end quote. Such enfleshments are what he calls sublations of animism, which preserve, quote, animism's reverence for sacred nature within the horizon of its own incarnational belief system, end quote. Though responses such as that of Fox and Wallace could go far towards adapting Christianity to the Anthropocene age by transforming the nature-culture divide into a symbiotic and interdependent relationality, to the extent that Fox and other panentheists have been defrocked and Wallace pushed to the periphery of his own religious tradition, their work may lack the moral authority, institutional resources, and collective action that religious traditions wield, and thus limit the reach of such transformations. Part 2, the reenchantment of the world. Such attempts to transform monotheistic foundations into 21st century religions in line with science present one means to give religion a central place in the ecological struggle to improve the human environmental footprint. Yet for many scholars and religious activists fighting for ecological awareness, adopting an evolutionary, scientific, and ecological perspective can come only at the price of sacrificing transcendental monotheistic beliefs. For such scholars, even the deity of panentheism isolates the sacred in a transcendent realm. Such activists thus tend toward pantheism and animism, infusing nature with the sacred in what Pope Francis called an asphyxiating closure within immanence. Yet, rather than understanding immanence as asphyxiating, such a sacralization of nature enables what Maurice Berman calls the reenchantment of the world. Because such a reenchantment involves adopting a holistic scientific worldview, certain fundamental aspects of monotheism must be abandoned. An understanding of contemporary biology, for instance, requires leaving behind an understanding of the human animal as a unique soul substance, a res cogitans, with an independent identity created in God's image. According to Philip Clayton and Elizabeth Singleton, such a view is an impediment to understanding how the planet functions and must be abandoned if one hopes, quote, to take on board the lessons contemporary biology is teaching, end quote. Because such views obstruct an understanding of evolution as a system of processual interbeing, reciprocity, and interdependence, Clayton and Singleton claim that, and I quote, non-Western cultures are millennia ahead of us in this regard. Indigenous cultures and lifeways, India's Advaita Vedanta, the Jain call to do no harm, ahimsa, to any living being, and the wealth of cultures nourished on the Buddhist teachings of dependent arising and interbeing. Indeed, the whole dispute between Gaia's advocates and their opponents could be reread as a battle between the worldview or metaphysic of interbeing and that of independent or substantial being, end quote. In his elaboration of dark green religion, Bron Taylor has similarly called for a sensory post-Darwinian religion that is both rational and socially powerful, capable of developing innovative responses to Darwinian evolution while channeling religious sentiments. Such dark green religions often take the form of Gaian and indigenous spirituality, as well as panpsychism and animism, forms of religiosity that tend to be non-supernatural and non-theistic, in order to celebrate what Dave Foreman calls the blind, non-teleological flow of life. Therefore, notwithstanding the apologetic and sacramental attempts to the contrary, for many scholars, monotheisms remain mired in anthropocentrism and individualism when compared with other traditions. The sacred evolution that such scholars foster is understood as replacing anthropocentrism with biocentrism, a view that attempts to move beyond the monotheistic idea of stewardship in order to take into consideration the agency and well-being of all of nature. Having adopted such a biocentric approach, environmentalist Paul Watson calls for the development of a religiosity where, and I quote, a redwood tree is more sacred than a human-made religious icon. A species of bird or butterfly is of more value and deserving of more respect than the crown jewels of a nation, and where the survival of a species of cacti or flower is more important than the survival of a monument to human conceit like the pyramids, end quote. For John Cobb Jr., to cite another example, because monotheisms are focused on the salvation of individuals, they are disconnected from changes in the physical world. For Cobb, if we hope to find truly ecological religiosity, indigenous traditions are far more qualified than monotheistic ones. He writes, and I quote, "A truly ecological consciousness was far more clearly and effectively present in hunting and gathering societies than in our traditions. When we look for religious versions of deep ecology, it is to them that we should turn." End quote. Due to these setbacks, a renewed interest in indigenous ecology and religiosity has brought to the fore non-Western ontologies that are ecocentric instead of anthropocentric. Indeed, if it was indigenous anthropology that allowed us to see that the nature-culture divide was a particular Western invention, we might learn something from indigenous peoples who, instead of separating the world into active subjects and passive objects, attribute subjectivity universally to all entities. Indeed, perhaps such indigenous cultures can help us to develop a new myth or meta-narrative to replace what Bronislaw Dzerzhinsky calls the amythia that plagues the secular West. Our survival as a species could very well depend upon it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think you struck a chord. There's a number of questions, I think, responding. Can you see those in your chat?
I can't hear.
You can't hear me? Hello? Can anyone else hear me?
I can't hear you.
I can hear you. I think it's
Okay.
you.
Yeah, you're not muted, is it? I don't know why. Can you hear me?
I just messaged her.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can see if you have any questions and you could write them. I can see the written board, but I just, for some reason, can't hear you anymore.
There are a few in the
Do you think Ariane can see the chat?
Oh,
I don't
no.
know. So
I don't think she can see the chat
Yeah.
because she asked us to post questions after we posted questions.
Yeah.
Um,
He probably hasn't
whoever's-
seen your message, Deborah.
Whoever's hosting the Zoom should maybe kick Ariane out and let her log back in. That sometimes worked for me with sound issues. If you leave and come back in,
Put her in the waiting room and bring her back. See if that does
put her
it.
in the waiting room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Just admit her back in.
oh, that's one way of doing it. No, oh, you gotta
Back
write
to
back.
front.
And okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
I can hear all of you. Great.
Hey.
All right. Wait, yay for the waiting
Good
room.
selection. Good suggestion, Deborah. Okay, there's some questions in the chat. If you can see those now.
Let me look for the chat again. Let's see. And now my chat is totally blank.
Okay, I'll just repaste.
I'll just hear. Let's start with. So Ryan Turnbull Ryan asked, can you say more about how theism, as such, puts humans at the top of the ladder?
about the anthropocentric bias of monotheisms. Well, it's just in the Bible, yeah? The human being is created in the Bible as somehow separate from the other animals and as having dominion over the other animals and as having been the exclusive animal with a soul made in God's image. So this is the source of what we call anthropocentrism. Whereas, right, if we were to look at a different version, we could look at the theory of evolution, which says, well, actually, we're a very late species in the evolution of life on Earth, and we evolved straight out of other apes, which evolved from other animal forms, and therefore we're all interdependently united in this one single ecosystem. Very different story, yeah?
Right, but so you said theism as such, though, which is actually different than Christianity.
No, monotheism. I'm speaking about the Hebrew Bible. Monotheism all goes back to Judaism, and this is in the Hebrew Bible.
Right, but even monotheism, philosophically speaking, does not necessarily follow that you have an anthropocentric religion, right? Like, you're just saying that our scriptures are anthropocentric. That's one claim, but that the logic of monotheism as such is actually like a different thing than what our scriptural traditions say about what the role of the human is. Do you get the distinction?
No, I think that what you're actually saying is that you can interpret a given monotheistic tradition outside of this scriptural dogma. Yes, you can, and that's what I was trying to do today. Yeah? That doesn't take away from the fact that the nature of the human being as posited in monotheistic scripture is anthropocentric. It's a problem, I think, for monotheism, and if you want to get around that problem, you have to find a way of interpreting monotheism outside of that definition of the human being.
Right. So, but we can consider like a doctrine of God apart from an anthropology, and you can have a monotheistic doctrine of God that really makes no claims about your doctrine of creation or your doctrine of what it means to be human. So, given that, it just what you actually need maybe to give more of an account of is how those things are necessarily linked rather than just kind of historically contingently linked by kind of the narratives of this particular tradition. But anyways, that might be for another point.
Can I butt in? Because my question dovetails. I asked if you could speak towards, there have been several public figures who've recently described themselves as Christian animists.
Yes.
And this gets towards the hybridity of religion, which the way that you've just been interacting with monotheism doesn't necessarily take into account, because as far as I can tell, there's absolutely tons of monotheists who are also whatever, Buddhists, animists, and so on. So I mean, religion as experienced and as it is on the ground can be quite starkly different.
Yes.
But doesn't that also perhaps convey something about the flexibility and dynamism of a living religion like Christianity or Judaism or Islam or whatever?
Absolutely, and that's why I quote Wallace, right? He is a Christian animist, explicitly stated so. So I use that as an example to show there are all sorts of ways that, I just use Christianity here. I know very little about Islam, though I live in an Islamic country. Mm-hmm. But similar things happen in Judaism and Islam, to show that that there are all sorts of ways people can be Christian today without adhering to patriarchy and all of these other problems that are inherent in the historical tradition of Christianity, of course. So I agree with you, actually. And the more hybrid, I mean, I've looked into a lot of the kind of witch cults in America, right? Which are extremely ecological. And they're kind of, they were burned at the stake by Christians, right, in Christian history. So they're kind of using this, but also they're taking on all sorts of Christian aspects. So there's all sorts of interesting stuff going on in hybridity. I guess because I use the definition of kind of religious traditions as kind of normative traditions, I was saying it's difficult normatively for these changes to be adopted. But I absolutely do agree with you that there's all sorts of interesting ways in which monotheists can try to be ecological today. I agree with you.
Can I ask a question?
Usually they're heretics. I would say most of them are heretics if you were going to ask the Pope, or if you were going to ask leaders of the traditions to which they belong, they would be considered heretics in some form or other. That's my point about kind of integrating the tradition in its hierarchical form. But I think most people don't care, and I think that's good. Please.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is that okay? So just about monotheism again, but thinking about the human-divine relationship. And in my Christian understanding, there's the absolute certainty that in no way am I equal with God in status. And yet there's absolute certainty that he subordinates himself and becomes a servant to me and elevates me. And so I'm just questioning the kind of, you talked about stewardship and mutuality and how mutuality is preferable to stewardship. But the narrative I see in the scripture and in Christ is of service. And so it's not to say humans shouldn't be elevated above nature. Like, you can be elevated above nature, but then the expectation on you is to go lower. It's to subordinate yourself. So, like, do you think that kind of, what I interpret as a Christian understanding of servanthood and being slave to Christ and, servant of nature, like, does that not appeal to you either, potentially? I'm just wondering whether if bringing humanity to the same level of nature absolves humanity of responsibility, which actually in a Christian narrative is you bow down, you go lower, you do more than is expected of you. Sorry if that makes, I don't hope that makes sense.
Thanks for that question. It makes a lot of sense. I tried to point to this kind of paradox in scholarship between those people who have a view that is similar to your own, who are even like the Pope, right? Look at, it's a beautiful encyclical, yeah, where he tries to say what stewardship means is care. What stewardship means is service, yeah? And so that's one discourse that we're hearing a lot of today. And then there's all of these scholars that I cite several of who say that's still not enough because it's still positing some sort of managerial, my responsibility, instead of saying, as I quote Haught as saying, that actually nature is better off without us interfering at all. And therefore, why do you have this need that you're responsible to begin with? Why do you have this need that you have to be managerial in the first place instead of just letting nature be? So I'm not taking a position there. I'm simply pointing out that within Christianity, there is this kind of debate going on right now between those that want to hold on to some sense of stewardship as care, reworked, of course, from its historical interpretation, and those that say, well, that's still annoying, that's still bothersome somehow, yeah?
Yeah, I guess it just, for me, it makes me worry that you could say there's no responsibility, therefore there's no kind of collective guilt or individual guilt, because if I'm just the same as nature, then we wouldn't hold trees and animals to the account that we hold humans. There is a sense of, no, we're guilty, like we're not just kind of following natural instinct, like we are.
I'm not sure. I think that from my own perspective, I don't like the whole idea of guilt. I don't think it's necessarily the right place to go from a kind of Nietzschean perspective, I would say.
Okay, culpability.
I want to stay
Culpability.
all of that. I don't think that, I'm just not sure that it's a healthy psychological response to trying to have a different attitude. But I hear you, and I think that it's still positive, obviously. From within Christianity, it's a positive movement. I'm all for what you're saying. I just personally, I wouldn't want to adopt that psychological position myself. But I hear you.
I guess then, do you have? How do you answer the question of responsibility, or is that word too? You don't like that word either.
Yeah, I think I meant more responsibility than guilt, just to put it. I didn't mean to cause psychological trauma to people. It's more that how do you hold someone to account? Like, how do you hold them to account, and they don't just say, oh, well, I'm just a natural being following my natural urges. This is how, I'm, in a sense, like, there's something normative about that behavior, which we're saying, no, we sense that this is wrong. Like, where's your...
I don't like, personally, now you're asking me a personal question, I'll give you a personal response. I don't like the whole individualization of the crisis I don't like the whole kind of new age, if I buy healthy and you buy healthy, everything's going to get better. Though I do buy, I'm a vegetarian, you know, I don't buy plastic, I'm very careful, but that's not the point. I think that we're talking about societies, and we're speaking about ideologies in societies. And that's what has to change. It's not about me being healthy in my little new age rich corner of the world. That's not what this is about. So it's not an individual issue, it's a social issue. And it has to be dealt with as a social issue. Yeah, we're speaking about, as one of you mentioned, I can't remember whom, we're speaking about, you know, corporate greed. I think it was, one of you were speaking about this corporate greed. We can speak about the 1%. We can speak about how capitalism works in order to make sure that none of us know how we contribute to the harm. By separating what you consume. I mean, this is a Marxist discourse, from the people working in Indonesia to make you your sneakers, or all of this goes together. When you buy whatever, it's full of palm oil. You don't need to know. In fact, the less you know, the better. So I like to use Hannah Arendt and critical theory in my own approach, and to really speak about Hannah Arendt's take, if you think about the Shoah, in terms of the banality of evil. Yeah, the harm being done to destroy our ecosystem and the planet is based on some form of banality of evil, where we are letting societies function in ways that are completely stupid. And it's not about individual changes, though that can be done. It's about creating an ideology that makes people aware, that allows people to be conscious, that allows for what you're calling responsibility, but I would say this is about social responsibility, not individual responsibility.
Can I ask something? I didn't understood, maybe it's because of the language, because I'm not so habituated, and it was very deep and very complex what you was speaking about. But is there a normative approach in what you're saying, in the sense of panentheism or let's say, anthropocentrism is at stake in your view? Because for my point of view, I understand when they speak about responsibility, guilt, I think they don't speak about individualism, they speak about a way of understanding that, I mean, critical theory, there is a great lesson of Adorno who says, criticizing Husserl, who says, to be the thing, you have, no, to go to the thing, zu den Sachen zurück, you have to be the thing. And we are not the thing. We are not animals. We are rational animals. You can call it as you way, but we think, we have technology, and so on and so on. So we developed, we invented history somehow. So the point is, at the, I mean, for me, my normative point is we have to be humanist and we have to be anthropocentrist. Because we have to, and this is the Bedingung der möglich, condition of possibility, to be responsible and to take responsibility for the situation.
Okay, thanks. So I love what you said, but I radically disagree with you.
Okay.
And in the next chapter, actually the next chapter in my book responds exactly to what you've just said. And though I respect it absolutely, and I think from a humanist perspective, we have to say what you just said, but I'm not a humanist. And so my perspective in the third chapter of this section of the book really looks at the ontology of animism. And in that chapter, I use mostly Vivianus de Castro and not Descola, as quoted by one of you earlier, who has this beautiful, takes from indigenous populations this indigenous ontology, which says all animals are human. Yeah, they're all human. Everybody shares the same soul. Yeah, we're all the same human creatures. What differentiates us is our bodies. Yeah, so a jaguar has a jaguar body, a human has a human body, a cow has a cow body. And that means a cow's senses, and that means a cow's apprehension of the context and the world. And that's what's different. There's no such thing as a human soul that's different from a cat soul or a jaguar soul. And in indigenous animism, we can switch. Yeah, there's something called shamanism, which lets you enter into a jaguar and see the world from a jaguar perspective, or from, you know, I don't know. So I think that we need to a little bit step back from, in a certain sense, humanism that you're quoting is really, it's Western. It has a particular history. That history is pretty ugly. It's also glorious. It's both glorious and horrible. If you look at colonialism, imperialism, et cetera, but it also has, you know, the Enlightenment, which I teach every semester, et cetera, et cetera. These two sides have to be taken together, I think. And there's a huge discrepancy in Western culture between theory and practice. In theory, we're all equal. Well, look at in practice what the West does to every other differently colored human being or every other differently cultured human being. There's no equality in the Western treatment of all other peoples in Western history. So equality bullshit. Yeah, that's your humanism. That's what I do with your humanism. Yeah, and you want to speak about you know, freedom. I'll do the same move to you. So what my point is, Western history has theory, which is beautiful, and practice, which is ugly. I think indigenous practice, tribes kill each other. I'm not speaking about peace on earth, where I'm not an idealist or a utopian, but there's respect for all other beings in the ontology and in the ideology and in the historical instantiation of those peoples. So I think we need to get out of the West a little bit. That's why I also have a chapter on Buddhism, which is much, much, much more ecologically sound in terms of its dogmatic foundations. Interdependence is #1 rule of Buddhist dogma. So my point is, from this perspective, we're actually way behind other peoples. Yeah. And so Western humanism is a little bit hypocritical in my view, though in theory it's beautiful, but only in theory.
I hate to interrupt a wonderful discussion.
One point I want to say. One point. On the other side, we are here speaking on Zoom and enjoy the fruits of modern, postmodern technology. And I mean, I did one time in my life working 2 months in the Alps with cows and so on. I mean, it was a nice experience, but it's hard work. So to go back, I think the point is we can't go back.
About going back. Nobody's talking about going back. Nobody's talking about going back. They're alive today. There's 44 million indigenous people alive today.
Let's take a quick break for her. Can I ask you, I hate to interrupt the discussion. We have really gone a while, so I think we should take a break. But before we do that, I want to see, are people willing to come back and continue the discussion? If so, I mean, can we just want to, and if you need to leave, you need to leave. But if anybody wants to stay, just let me know.
Half hour, then I have to prepare food.
Yeah.
Dr. Conti, just while people are coming back, I just had one more follow-up question. So like my paper was quite a bit around indigenous stuff and like I guess the background to my whole research project is kind of thinking through reconciliation, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and what that means for how the church needs to change. My worry sometimes in the turn to kind of indigenous views is that there tends to be in the literature, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but there tends to be a kind of a reification of this, that it's just that there is such a thing as the indigenous ontology. And, you know, like there's been a lot of pushback, especially in North America, where indigenous people, in order to kind of, as in like an apologetic kind of mode, to say, actually, we were using this land, we were transforming it. They'll point to things like the Great Plains, and they'll say, actually, you can imagine this as a massive bison pasture that we were terraforming for centuries to farm bison, basically. And they've found, you know, remnants of quite advanced fisheries on the west coast of BC and stuff. And so I guess my question to you is, what does it mean to turn to kind of indigenous approaches to ecology in such a way that doesn't kind of reduce indigenous people back to kind of that level of flora and fauna that I mentioned in my own paper? So yeah, if you could just speak around that a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a really important point. And there's a lot, especially in really the new age kind of world, of idealization of the indigenous, right? And that's really problematic. So what I do in my chapter is, one, I'm only speaking about communities in the Amazon. So I'm very specific, and I'm only using anthropological studies with reputable anthropologists specialized in that area. So I don't generalize, one, but I also make a point at a certain point, because I'm really tired of this new age kind of idealization, of pointing to the fact that they're constantly killing each other. So I make that very clear in my chapter. I'm not speaking about peace and love at all. Yeah. But nonetheless, if we were to look at the example you used, compared to the way we modern Westerns are doing those, right? We exterminate the bison. That's what we did. Yeah. We didn't even eat them. We just killed them for fun, apparently. So, and second of all, if you look at the fishing, right? Again, so why is there a risk that, well, because we overfish. And the whole point is that the way they had smaller populations, that's part of the issue. We have to look at that as well. There's too many human beings on the planet. This is an enormous problem. Nobody's addressing this problem. Right? And it's as if you're saying, critiquing humanism if you say there's too many human beings on the planet. Come on, there's too many human beings on the planet. We have to make people make less babies, yeah? Let's say 2 babies per woman, no more. What's wrong with that? Why is that such a horrible thing to say? I never understand. I get, oh, how dare you? How dare you? What is wrong with saying that? We need to start saying things like that, yeah? But nonetheless, I do think, notwithstanding the fact that we're speaking about small communities, for the most part, anarchic communities with no hierarchy, therefore egalitarian communities, they worked with nature in a way that was sustainable. I just have way too many examples of this.
Right.
Yeah?
So
Not that they didn't transform the natural world, of course they
Right.
did, but they did it in such a way that we would today call sustainable.
would you affirm kind of the emerging permaculture practice that a lot of people are moving to? Yeah.
I have a farm in Tuscany, 40 hectares, and I do permaculture.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I'm actually a permaculturist.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. So yes, I absolutely do believe in that. I make organic wine and things like that.
Oh, it's too bad you couldn't have brought some along for us all.
I could have in Bologna.
So,
Robert, are you
Muted now.
speaking right now?
So, sorry. That's bad. That's bad form. Yeah, I would say I just wanted to bring up one critique, maybe of the characterization of the Christian religion. I think there's been a lot of pushback on White's critique. There's been a lot of pushback on the idea that Christianity is just a domineering religion. I mean, you can look and see in the Hebrew texts themselves where God makes a covenant with the animals, where he promises them renewal and eschatology. There is a sense that more than creation, more than human is in creation. And I think there's many ways to interpret that image of God that get away from more of a fundamentalist interpretation, which it sounds like you might be interacting with more than their other interpretations of the Imago Dei, the image of God. But Christianity, even if we want to say fine, Christianity is that way, I don't think the use of Braun Taylor's dark religion gets us any further. I mean, he advocates on the extreme side, or he at least acknowledges that radical members of the dark green religion consider law-breaking and violence should be risked and is morally acceptable. So Braun Taylor then takes on the position himself that that the dark green religion then, it doesn't offer us a better solution, at least in his mind, because he calls for at times there may be a need for violence or law breaking, and not to go tit for tat. I just don't think that helps us much either. And I still would argue that I agree with you that it is social responsibility, and that the individual thing is a little hard to say an individual is responsible, but I think society is an emergent property of individuals, and so even to begin to make societal changes, you'll have to make them at the individual level to some extent, or you're just not going to see them.
Yeah, what you're saying just sounds conservative to me. So I would say
That's fine.
Yeah,
I mean, I understand.
Yeah, it just sounds conservative. It sounds like you're saying, oh, all violence is bad, right?
Oh, I don't agree with that. I don't agree all violence is bad.
So, I mean,
I'm
Ron
just
Taylor is
pointing it
saying,
out.
perhaps in some occasions, look at today at the world, right? We're seeing Black Lives Matter in the streets. There's violence happening in the street. Maybe that's necessary as part of this movement to try to help America understand its history of racism. In Paris, we have the, the Gilets jaunes every weekend for the past, year. That was violent. And
Yes.
is it worth the violence? If you ask everybody in the street, they say they would do it again, even if they got their eye popped out, right? So my point is sometimes social change requires struggle. And that's all Ron Taylor, in my understanding, is saying, and I actually agree with him. So I'm not quite sure. Otherwise, you just sound conservative. Fair enough. You have every right to. But my own position, I guess, is more radical.
It can't be. I think violence is a sign of hopelessness. I mean, I think it is an answer when people in many situations don't find an acceptable alternative. And I am not disagreeing with that, I guess, in some aspect. I'm just, I don't know. The violence question is hard, but I don't know. Yeah, and that's what I guess I'll end that. I mean, I'm not necessarily
about violence, so I do the expert for one time in my life. No, I mean, violence is simply violence. To push meaningful on violence is always difficult, but dialectically, historically, it's a fact that what you say, it's true. Violence is always, not always, but in such struggle moments brings reactions and push history forwards. That's clear. But maybe coming back to the main debate here is, I think, we, in a globalized world, think in labels like Western, Christian, and so on. I mean, I think it was Jeremy said something very important before. He said, we have to think in plural terms. There is more Christianities. There is more Christian views. So, for example, your idea of, I read recently a very beautiful novel of the Greek novelist. It's like my Francis. It's a novel about the life of Francis. And what you read there, I mean, okay, so it's a novel about the 50s of the last century, 1950 and so on. But I mean, if you read that and you compare it with books or interviews with chiefs of the Navajos, for example, it's the same. It's really the same. You can compare, I mean, but it's possible that the novelist used the idea of Francis combining, but that's the point about culture in a globalized society. We have, I think the question is, if you want go from theory to practice, we have to be a little bit more Marxist and ask about how functions the mean of production and understanding that ideas are commodities nowadays. So there is a lot of people saying, I'm Christian, atheist, I'm that, and it's only identity politics. So I think we have to pay attention on this aspect, because sometimes we academicians do nothing more than the machine goes on. So we have to pay attention on these aspects. It's not a question, it's only a comment, but it's very interesting, the debate about, we come always to some problems in the machine of thinking.
Baldassare, what is the name of this book?
The name it is the same novelist of Zorbas the Greek.
Sì, come si chiama?
And also The Last Temptation of Christ.
I read both of those two. I can't remember his name.
Yes,
you don't remember that?
I want as always to say Varoufakis, but it's another Greek.
No, there's a Z or something.
Nikos Kazantzakis.
Kazantzakis.
I found it only on Italian. I didn't found it an English translation. There is a German translation, but maybe in English, but I didn't found it.
And what is the title in Italian?
For example, yeah, in Italian you found it. There
So
is
what is the name? What is the name of it?
Il mio San Francesco. My phrases like this. Yeah. And there is really a breaking of any idea of Schöpfungstheologie. So theology of creation is breaked up somehow. It's very interesting.
Nice. Thank you for that. I will look at it. I agree with you, but can you help us? How do we get out of identity politics, you know?
I mean, identity politics bases on the focus on problems that are real, but one missing point is cluster. The only real differentiation is cluster. Okay, class is a problem. What is class? Okay, but it's the point who owns the means of production. And nowadays, the big business is in the data. So data are the new commodities. Facebook, Amazon, and blah, blah, blah. They are stealing our richness produced collectively when we use all these social media. So we have to think about that, how we use time. And not the problem in Marx, for example, is he thinks always that the only thing that produces value is work, but life itself produces work. So the problem, feminists always criticizes that the distinguish productive and reproductive activities. So woman work and care work, caring for old people, caring for children, and so on and so on. So we have to criticize this kind of Marxism, but understand that we produce richness collectively. And some people, there are systems that are built up for using and privatizing somehow. I mean, the Bernie Sanders call it socialism for the rich, but there are other, I mean, it's not his idea, but it's an idea that is 30 years that is circulating in Marxist literature. But this is the point. I think we should understand that there is this exploitation of richness which is produced collectively, and this richness is also in ideas, forms of lives, in culture, and so on and so on. Also it is, I think, there is an holistic, if you want, element in this, a pantheistic element, but in the idea of production, of how we produce value. So this is my idea, so my approach to the problem.
All right, thank you for that. I did want to come back around to some of the other participants for a second. Deborah, I did have a question regarding, did I hear you say that Teilhard de Chardin posited a static universe?
No, he challenged.
Oh, he challenged it. Okay, that's okay. That's what I was thinking, but then I just wasn't sure if I misheard, because then that was going to cause a lot of problems.
Sorry, I'm not. I've only ever presented a couple of papers, so I'm not very good at articulating it.
Oh so, no, it was probably
if it wasn't
fault.
Clear.
No, it was probably a fault of mine then.
Yeah. No, he would confront that view, and it's completely dynamic. Yes, but he also has this, the Christogenesis I didn't get into at all, is this idea that Christ is becoming with creation and evolution. So he fully participates, which is, you know, not too popular with evangelical Christianity, Reformation Christianity.
Yes.
Yeah.
So can I ask both Deborah and Robert, since you both touched on Eucharist, so one of the big questions in the theologies of place is how does God being transcendent interact with creaturely space, right? So in 20th century theology, there's been a lot of kind of articulation of something like God's space. You find this in Barth, and then creaturely space. And T.F. Torrance kind of talks about the different kind of Eucharistic theologies and their kind of relation, how they posit kind of God relating to space. So in kind of Lutheran and Thomist accounts of the Eucharist, you have God somehow God's presence somehow coming into creature space. So both of you kind of were on that axis. How, I guess Moltmann would be somebody who makes this similar kind of move and ends up with a kind of pantheism. Is that something you're comfortable with? Because it seems to me it reduces God. It ends up smuggling in a kind of univocity of being between God and creatures, that they're the same kind of being, and then you kind of are stuck at this old kind of Spinoza thing where all being just flows from God, and there's really only one kind of being. And like Orthodox theology would want to say, like, no, there's some sort of like discontinuity actually in the kind of being God has and the kind of being we have, and that actually when you collapse that, then you actually have God in competition with the world. Not that God's animating the world, but actually that God's kind of interfering in the world. And so what does that do to creaturely freedom in it? So it's why I've kind of been more interested in Calvin's account, because there you have us being drawn into the presence of God, and it's God remains transcendent. But I just wondered if both of you had any thoughts around that, because it's a part of my thesis that I'm working on, and it would be lovely to get both of your kind of takes on some of this.
Yeah, do you want to go first, Deborah?
Yeah, and then you can fix all the gaps and and say where I'm going wrong. But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to process what you were saying. So just give me the highlights again. So Ryan,
right. So the worry is that with the accounts of Eucharistic presence that have God's presence coming into creaturely space,
right.
as if creaturely space is like a receptacle that God fills.
Yeah.
Then you have a displacing thing going on, or you have a collapsing of God's being into just one kind of being with us. Yeah.
Yeah. So for Teilhard de Chardin, that is his theology and philosophy of unity. So I mentioned the unity which differentiates, and he is reacting against types of mysticism that are, because he would flirt with the idea of pantheism, and sometimes he calls himself the Christian pantheist. So he absolutely is prepared to annoy the Catholic authorities. He gets sent away on these scientific expeditions. All his work can't be published in his lifetime because Christ is in our space. So he would absolutely say that you cannot find God, you cannot relate to God except through matter. Matter is absolutely integral to this relationship. Christ animates creation. So creation there is no pure nature, like creation cannot exist without the presence of Christ. So it's the incarnation. The Eucharist is an effect of the incarnation. So the Eucharistic space is global. It's not the religious event that enables us to transcend our earthly experience. This is why his desert liturgy is so radical for the time, because he's saying that with the symbols of bread and wine in his mind, he's able to touch the earth and see Christ in it, really see Christ in it. Does that answer you? Is that?
I think so.
It doesn't deal with the
been a bunch of
controversy.
recent Christologies. So like Catherine Tanner, Christ the Key, Rowan Williams, Christ the Heart of Creation, and Ian McFarlane's The Word Made Flesh. They're all dancing around this kind of relationship between kind of infinite being and finite being, and how to relate them in a way that doesn't put them into competition, right? So because the worry, I think, is that and Jesus is the answer in some kind of way, but like they will stress, Tanner in particular really stresses the humanity of Jesus, and Rowan Williams picks up on this too, that this is God working through this kind of finite agent of Jesus' humanity, such that God can remain transcendent and not be kind of displacing everything. So that God comes to us in Jesus, like specifically in Jesus's humanity. not as some sort of like hybrid, right?
Yeah. So for Teilhard de Chardin, there's a moment in his own personal conversion where he has struggled with the historical Jesus. He's struggled to be friends with Jesus because he's got this scientific kind of cosmological worldview. Like he can see the age of everything and he can see the complexity of everything. So he moves from the historical Christ to, you know, the historical body to this universal body. And this is why Teilhard is such a huge influence on Henri de Lubac, who is, so because it's the metaphysical element. So Teilhard has absolute historic continuity, but he absolutely has this transcendent pole.
Okay.
So it enables, so Christ is kind of, there are these different bodies of Christ. Christ is embodied. Christ is not, Christ is always embodied. And he is embodied as the universal word. This is another kind of,
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks.
I don't know if that's helpful.
And can I add something, Ryan? I mean, is there only a problem of displacement if you're thinking in Newtonian terms of matter? Because if in quantum physics matter is both wave and particle and can be at the same time, then our metaphor of matter is not adequate, and we have to.
No, so it's not in terms of materiality, it's in terms of being. So like the worry is, going back to Spinoza, that there is only one kind of essence, right? That it all flows from. And Newton picks up on this, because both Newton and Spinoza end up divinizing space. They infinitely extend it, and they identify infinitely extended space with God's body. But by doing that, that's the kind of the move by which all being, all S, is like derived from God, and so then God just gets collapsed. And then Kant comes along and he wants to rescue that, so he just kicks God kind of right out, right? And that you know, I think a lot of contemporary Christologies are trying to figure out and thinking through the Eucharist a lot of the time, because this is where questions of space and presence kind of really converge. But how to avoid kind of both of those poles that kind of have set the terms for modern thought, right? So
yeah, call it metaphor. Move on. That's just me. Yeah. Gregerson does take a different approach, but his is based on his work on divine action and emergent theories and properties. So he thinks that all quantum events then are divine events. That, and this is not my take. This is just Gregerson's take. And so at the quantum level, every quark gluon, every popping in and out of energy is God's doing. And so he takes that so far, and that gives him this Eucharistic type in with and under creation, because it's not that the particle is God, but it's that's how I guess the Eucharist theology underwrites his actually scientific theory, is that he thinks that he can then posit God as moving things, moving the quantum events in order to materialize our physical realm. He does this because of the open nature of quantum theory, the idea that it's indeterminate. So he takes an indeterminate, which is the popular view of quantum theory, is that quantum action is indeterminate. If it's indeterminate, it means it's open to Gregerson. And so if it's open, then there is no restraint for God acting. I take it probably a different view. I don't know. I think it becomes more of an epistemological concern than an ontological one, because we could take all the cup, we could take a cup and try and determine all the movement of an atom in a cup, and we're just never going to do that. It's the laws of stochastic equations just fundamentally don't allow us to track the workings at the quantum level, or even a lot of the workings, and we can't track climate in a sense that in real sense of the word, we can check climate patterns. We can't, individual, movements inside a weather system are beyond really understanding. And it seems to be based on stochastic equations, a concept we're never going to fully understand. It's just by nature indeterminate. So that's where Gregerson gets at it, and so he wants to make a clear distinction between God and material creation, and he does that through the consubstantiation as a model for that. He comes really close to panentheism. In the end, he rejects it.
Okay.
He does come close to it, and I probably had a quote laying around here somewhere. He still takes his view of deep incarnationist metaphor, and I apologize if y'all hear that dog whining over there. It's going nuts. So that's where he kind of lands. So, but he in the end says you can take deep incarnation as a metaphor. It's a way to try and understand God's relation, and the Eucharistic theology gives him that, because he does hold it, I think, firmly to consubstantiation, that he does believe that. And I think this was what Conti was getting to earlier when she asked the question, that there doesn't seem to be a scientific way to say that that somehow Jesus or Christ can be in the bread and transform the bread and it still look like bread, and there seems to be no scientific basis for that. And on the one front, I think we should acknowledge that and agree with it, that it seems like a very difficult position to hold outside if you're going to sit there and measure it, because if you measure it at any state, it's going to come back as bread in any way. And so I think that's a question, and that's
Until now it was so. Maybe sometimes.
I didn't hear that one. Sorry.
I say no. Until now it is that Homer Simpson quote. Until now it was so, but maybe in future could happen.
Maybe.
You cannot demonstrate that a miracle could never happen. You can only
No, and I
never happen until now.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Even though I've never watched The Simpsons, which is odd. So it's lost on me. And there is a sense that I don't think we should necessarily also suggest or accept a reductionist kind of view of science, because I think really we're in the infancy of science, to speak to what you were saying. I mean, we've been doing it for, a few hundred years. And we're still just at the beginning stages. So it's hard to say what science methods we can actually devise to tell us more about the nature of the universe. But then I think the Eucharist just always comes down to divine action. And I think that though many people argue it's an ontological concern, in the end, I think it's just an epistemic reality that we just don't have access to that, and we can't have access to that kind of knowledge, whether God actually acts in the creation.
It just seems to be like the Lutheran account of consubstantiation seems to have inherited. So in the early modern, late medieval period, there's a lot of shifting going on in spatial philosophy, and they're moving from a primacy of place to a primacy of space. But it's all very up in the air, and it doesn't really settle till the 17th century into kind of more absolute space. But Luther seems to be trying to have it both ways, and as a result ends up just giving a kind of a really confused one. And I've found, it's just been my anecdotal observation that a lot of Lutheran theologians following him who've tried to then say something about ecology end up getting really close to panentheism, and then if they have an interest for ecclesial reasons of staying on this side of orthodoxy, then they'll say, oh, but it doesn't necessitate it, and they'll just kind of arbitrarily draw the line. But it seems like the flow of this kind of Lutheran formulation just kind of drifts that way, and Moltmann kind of goes back and forth on this throughout his career, where at some points he's kind of yeah, sure, and then other points he's no, I'm really not affirming that. So yeah, anyways, I'm dominating here.
No, panentheism I think poses the problem, and it's for Gregerson, is the fact is the whole issue is evil. I mean, what do you do with evil if everything is in God? And then, you know, or God is in everything, and that's, he uses his model to say that God is only in things up until the point of, in any kind of controlling type way or deterministic type way, and up until the point that you have, I'm going to lose my train of thought again. Creatures, I'm going to say freely thinking for themselves, but that's not quite right. But the minute that they can make their own determinate agency or causal activity in the world, then Christ no longer, or the Logos no longer has any kind of determinative effect. And so that's as you move from the quantum world up into the, you know, Newtonian, or the world that we experience in the day-to-day. So he relents control as a means to avoid the problem of Christ and violence, or the Logos incarnate and violence and evil. Anyone have any further thoughts or discussion? Are we ready to call it a wonderful chat and meet again sometime?
I wanted to say I had in the last 2 years some workshops and so, but always in Germany. And in Germany there is a tendency, theologians are different, but I come from science of religion, which is a strange name. I mean, there is in Deutschland Religionswissenschaft, you know? Science of religion. And there is always this thing, never being normative. And it was quite amazing for me to see that in some ways we all had normative approaches, or at least a tendency to find a way to think normatively about the topic, which is, it's refreshing for me. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so
Right.
much for everyone's contributions. I've really enjoyed listening to your papers and presentations, and thanks for the chance to share in this space, because I feel underqualified, and I've been really inspired, and your questions were really helpful for my project. So thank you. I'm going to bow out now, but lovely to meet you guys. Hopefully see you again one time.
Thanks to everyone for participating.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robert.
Bye. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.